Granola's answer to candy. Granola clusters are
sweet and natural.
Nature Valley granola clusters. Chewy nougat, creamy caramel, toasty granola.
Sweet and natural.
100% natural. No additives or preservatives in caramel, almond, and raisin.
granola clusters are
Granola's answer to candy.
Sweet and natural.
100% natural. The Nature Valley way.
Television 80 in clear, sharp focus in more detail than you can get anywhere else. It's all in the gigantic fall preview issue of TV Guide. You'll find out about the comedy and drama, the specials and sports and movies, the hits and highlights of the new season. TV Guide's fall preview issue puts it all together in words and pictures in more detail than you can get anywhere. Don't miss the big fall preview issue of TV Guide. On sale now wherever magazines are sold.
You did it! You did it!
You're gonna get it.
We make Cheerios low in sugar. Kids make Cheerios #1. You did it!
You betcha.
Toasty oat goodness is what we got. 1 gram of sugar, not a lot.
I'm glad Cheerios is their favorite cereal. These tasty toasted oats have been part of our good breakfast for years.
You did it! We make Cheerios low in sugar. Kids make Cheerios #1.
Hey kids, time again to climb aboard Valley Fair's breathtaking rides. Watch the high diving team and discover new surprises on your very own island. Plus now,
IMAX.
inside the spectacular new Pepsi-Cola IMAX Theater at Valley Fair, you don't simply watch the gigantic image, you're part of it. The whole family will be as excited about the new Pepsi-Cola IMAX as you are. Enjoy Valley Fair's even bigger day together, and soon.
Lord has love.
Body Buddies has 16.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said, and I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like going
That is
and
the
getting their
best
hair done.
shit fucking
Shopping for
ever.
dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had, man. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
Woo! Good morning, people. Oh my goodness, how I've missed you. It is so good to see you guys again. I was live one other time before. Oh my goodness, people, and it's been a minute. It's been a minute.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Little Irish girl, thank you as always. She's always like the first one. It's a wrap, Commonwealth. Thanks for playing. Happy birthday, Cherry. Yes, happy birthday, Cherry. Cherry loves cheese, y'all. Please drop some cheese emojis for Cherry. Since the intro is bad for her brand, it's her birthday. We want to make it up to her. So yes, thank you so much. Happy birthday, Cherry. We love you very much. Oh my goodness. Okay, people. So I love watching the chat flood with all those cheese emojis. It's so funny. So yeah. Today's gonna be interesting. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Thank you so much. Kooky Lover 27. So glad you're back. Love you. Love you too. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys. So yeah, man. Today's gonna be interesting because well, the last time there was court, I was lucky enough to be in the courtroom, and and I watched the Commonwealth's case completely fall apart right in front of the jury, and I got to watch the jury react to it, and it was great. It was great. So yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this continues, because the cross-examination isn't even done. The jury, it was left on a note where the jury left to go home and go, what did I just watch? And what we're talking about here is thank you, Jill Dadham. Welcome back. We're so happy to have met you, although you don't remember. Happy birthday, Cherry. Let's go, Bukaki. I remember every person I met. I just don't remember everyone's names because I'm terrible with names. But I remember every interaction. Thank you guys so much. Everybody that I met in Canton, in Dedham, everybody in Boston, everybody was super nice and amazing. And it was just the best experience. It was very surreal, but just the best experience in the world. And I can't wait to go back. I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you, Jill. Appreciate you. So hold on, sorry. Yeah, so some are wondering about the thumbnail. The thumbnail is some still images of Bukaki, who is about to take the stand. Not right now. Right now is going to be a motions hearing in regards to basically the prosecution trying to block the defense from having a defense, and it'll be interesting to see what Bev does here. But technically, what she's doing, what they're doing, is trying to block one of the defense's experts from testifying. But hopefully, that just isn't going to fly.
All right. Good morning.
So let's take a listen.
We're here on the Commonwealth's renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please? The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to.
Are you serious?
Now, in entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial, the Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything.
You still haven't even shared all the discovery.
Opinions or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to
What about the
produce
footage of
reciprocal
the Sally
discovery
port
is
that you didn't tell
it is
anybody you were going to
intended
share
ambush
that
the
turned out to
Commonwealth
be
and conduct a trial by surprise.
fraudulent?
We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell.
Oh my
And
God,
at
you
this
have
point,
the
we're
audacity to talk
essentially just
about bad
seeking the
faith.
Reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
Yeah, let him
That's
know,
why we're
Yannetti.
here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I
Get
just
'em.
ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay.
tops.
Because I don't need, the
Your Honor,
hyperbole.
I need to make my argument in the
Yeah,
way that I think
thank
is most
you.
effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Thank you,
Okay, and I'm
David.
the person you are trying to convince,
Understand.
correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion.
Don't take her shit, David.
During a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We told the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm
and
sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
Yo,
I have the Commonwealth's
Yannetti's
renewed
on
motion for
fire,
reciprocal
bro.
discovery and motion
He's
to
not
exclude
fucking
the
around.
defense expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti. I'm on page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies.
My bad.
My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. Starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right. We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim.
You hear that, trolls?
Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Buchanan did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal...
Oi, cunt!
...that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr. Yannetti.
It's not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
it's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14, and let's do it in 2 separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right, so you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV, and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time, and the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Vanity, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Vanity?
On Mr. Vanity, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide the what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us funded them.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us.
Independent
So,
federal
I'm
investigators.
to believe that the
Independent
defense
federal
is calling
experts.
3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here when
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it.
That's right.
We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
see, I don't see that as being the report. I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
and
So what?
You have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here.
But you've
for
let-
voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Oh my God.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday. And we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too.
So if these professionals can't
to
make
be
it
able to
there for
question
the
them. How
voir dire,
long do
they
you
can't
expect
testify.
the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here. Yes.
This is the biggest sham I've ever seen. So them not complying with Rule 17 is a big problem, but the prosecution not complying,
of course, at least with regard to
prior to trial with Rule 17 doesn't matter.
He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, there's only 2 from Martha, that's right.
You're only calling 2? Which 2? Are you calling the 2 that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
Oh, I don't know why Boston 10 muted. Get your shit together, Boston 10, please. Oh, then Lolly chimes in here, but we can't fucking hear it. Yeah, I don't know what this woman is thinking. But I mean, I'm sitting there, and even like I'm on Young Jerks yesterday, and I'm up there with Mike, Mazamedia, with Turtle Boy, and everyone was optimistic about this because of her, I mean, why would she deny this? It makes no sense. But sure enough, it's exactly what I predicted, which was she's not going to just let these people testify. That would just be too easy. So, of course, she has to schedule these voir dire testimonies, and and then decide whether or not the jury can hear them or not, which is ridiculous. These are credible witnesses. They don't know what they're going to testify to, other than they're basically, their strategy here is that of an of a defense that is full of integrity. They didn't prep these witnesses in any way, shape, or form. They have official reports from them, from their own independent federal investigation, because Michael Morrissey's district attorney's office is under federal investigation. And they found in their federal investigation their own findings. They made their own findings through their own investigations, and they simply want these experts to testify to those findings without having any prep, without prepping them in any way, without, and somehow this is unethical. Somehow this is a mark on David Yannetti's integrity. This is unbelievable. This is the most infuriating thing. I mean, and again, man, this is the thing, is like, I see some of you guys going, man, Bev should be in prison, blah, blah, blah. And I've already asked, I've asked at least two different attorneys. If Bev just makes outrageous decisions, can she be reprimanded by the bar or by the law, federally, whatever? Can she be reprimanded? They're like, no, a judge can do whatever they want. She's a judge. She can do whatever she wants. It's her court. She can do whatever she wants. And we just have to sit here and deal with it. I mean, like, but this is her whole career, though. I mean, how is she going to be able to reside over a case in the future with this case being so high profile and her making such very biased decisions towards the Commonwealth, who has presented absolutely no case so far? Kristen, thank you so much. I appreciate it. SP to break from this travesty. We are pissed. Yeah, I hear you. This is crazy. I mean, and I love how fired up Yannetti was, but Bev didn't like it. And then, Bev immediately, calm down, Mr. Yannetti. I don't need the big show. Like, dude, the dude is just simply defending himself against a fraudulent motion, a motion that is packed with lies. And she doesn't want to hear that. She doesn't care about his right to defend his own integrity as an attorney. I mean, yeah, this is absolutely wild, man. This is absolutely wild. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't share links in here. My man said, bro, I saw Bev yesterday at the Stop and Shop. Okay. Angry Survivor is sharing a link, but apparently there is a site you can go to put in judicial complaints, but and as they're saying, nobody cares, but at least it's on record. So I mean, do what you want, but Yeah, I mean, she's acting like she wants to move time along. You know, like time is an issue. I don't want to spend an entire day on voir dire, but I'm going to let Lally sit up here and waste everyone's time for 8 weeks. Like, okay, that makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah. Hashtag Bev is rude. Right. Laura P., good point. I mean, all those days off, half days. And the thing is, you got to understand, I'm trying to be open minded about that too, because there's a lot of people's schedules to consider. There's all those jurors. There's, you know, every court officer. You know, it's so you have to accommodate scheduling, but you know, realistically, there's scheduling that you have to accommodate. But I've never seen a case that gets this many days off. I've never seen that. Right. I mean, because she's so concerned about, uh, you know, Karen Reed getting a fair trial. She's so concerned about it that she cheats her supporters of having their first of exercising their First Amendment rights, and creates this bullshit buffer zone that everyone has graciously complied to. And I mean graciously. I saw it with my own eyes. These people are, and you guys see it every time you log on to Tom CPU's channel. You see it. Yet, you know, she's so concerned about Karen getting a fair trial, but here she is even considering blocking a very legitimate as a defense that one gets. How is it somehow nefarious or deceitful to not know what an expert's testimony is going to be? You're going to trust. He's basically saying, Yannetti's saying, their expert opinion based on this report. We're calling them, we're subpoenaing them to the stand to basically testify on the report that they gave and they submitted. That's it. But somehow it's suspicious that witness wasn't prepared, wasn't prepped before having to sit on the stand, and they don't know exactly what they're going to testify to. They don't know how they're going to testify. But the defense is basically saying, well, we just trust that they're going to testify. I mean, they're experts hired by the feds, completely independent of this case. They're experts hired by the feds. We're trusting that they're going to be forthcoming. Normally, it would be the defense that would be like, no. We don't want this expert's opinion because who knows this and that, and then they'll throw up all these smoke and mirrors to try to avoid it from happening. But the defense is basically saying we don't have anything to hide. We trust the federal experts. We trust them. We just want to hear them testify. We're going to ask them questions based on what they submitted in their reports, in their own findings, their own independent findings. That's what we're going to ask them to testify to. And somehow the prosecution is playing victim and acting like the defense is being deceitful. After they submitted this video, didn't tell anybody about this video. The defense didn't know about this Sally Port video. They didn't know about that evidence. And now the prosecution is just butthurt over the fact that their deception got revealed to the jury. Their attempt at deception got revealed to the jury. The jury saw it. They tried to pull a fast one and invert and reverse the footage, mirror the footage. For what? To deceive, to make the tail light that was actually fucked with look like it was on the wrong side of the SUV. Good morning, Liz Reed. It's good to see you. This is dude, this is the biggest farce I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like this. Never seen anything like this. Yeah, they did get busted as fuck in real time. No, it hasn't started yet. There's only one camera in this courtroom, by the way. Just so you know, like all of these channels are going off of the same feed. There's only one camera in this courtroom. There's only space for one camera in this courtroom. It's a big camera, and it's like right above the jury. It's in a corner that sits right above the jury, and goes around and looks at everything. I was in there. I saw this. So there's not like Boston 10 and Court TV and Law and Crime and all of those, Boston 25. They're not all in there. It's just one camera that they're all feeding off of. Yeah, Nettie is extra spicy today. I mean, he's pissed off. They're like, I mean, what we're seeing here, if we're just gonna put it in layman's terms, because I'm not a lawyer, is the prosecution is butthurt about getting caught being deceptive, and then they threw a Hail Mary. Basically, they pulled a Nancy, they pulled a Tanya Harding on Nancy Kerrigan and tried to take out the defense's knee. If this were an ice skating competition, that's what took place right here. They're like, we can't win, so we're gonna try to cheat. And man, Bev is just dirty. Like at this point, she should know. She has to know what's going on with the prosecution in this case. She has to know how dirty it is. She sees it. Let's see what Ted Daniels saying here. Yeah. So Laura McLaughlin is saying, hold on, let me Justin Perry, thank you, buddy. Lawyer, mentioned he thought the motion was a fair motion and wanted her hear what the defense has to say. So how could lawyer, and I mean, he's a lawyer and I'm not, fair enough, but how can lawyer, say that it's a fair motion when he hasn't even followed any of the preliminary hearings prior to the case? Sorry, but it's true. On top of the fact that how can you say it's a fair motion when the defense hasn't had a chance to even, he's admitting he doesn't even know what the defense is going to say about it. So all persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Codoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Unified County of Norfolk.
in, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Glad to see the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. School is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Thank you, Annoy Cello.
To try and streamline things, and as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st, but again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary, so we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or no.
Dude, the jury's like, let's go.
Anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here? Thank you. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we get Sergeant Buchanan, please? Jim, do you have that flash drive? The flash drive that I gave you.
The volume should be better now. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we're not done with you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any of the individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping.
Oh, is he going to call out Rafferty?
Correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay. I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so, do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor in the behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
I'm not saying
Correct.
it was us.
On
I'm saying it
Wednesday,
would be
I just
us.
want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday. You used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals. The person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, and the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Buchanan, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
There you go.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
Oops.
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, if you, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly that the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday.
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You then asked whether the video was true and
Come on,
accurate
man.
as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
There you go.
As it is frozen, correct.
What?
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday,
as it is frozen,
you
but
did
if you
not
press
mention
play,
that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought out by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you
I
questions
do.
about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
What? You advised him that it was a mirrored image of the video. You advised him, did you?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sally Port that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sally Port that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If
Oh my
the
God,
jurors
we're doing
were
this again?
actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Butnick, if I were to ask you,
I can't believe like this
let's say
guy's.
you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a
There you
tattoo
go.
on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness or those series of witnesses an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
How? How?
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
Oh my God, dude.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with the court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see it sidebar.
Yo, Bev, this is not a good look for you. The whole world is watching you pull this shit, Bev. Knock it the fuck off. Seriously. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's an accurate depiction. No, bro, it's not accurate at all. It's backwards. It's not accurate. If the argument is that the taillight, if the taillight is on one side and the video shows that the taillight that's supposedly in question is on the other side, then it's not accurate, dude. It's not accurate at all. This is, I mean, people, we're watching corruption, like deep corruption happening in real time. This is what we're watching. There's no sugarcoating this. This is fucking corruption. And I'm not going to sit here and try to, like, you know, be all, oh, I don't know. It could be it could be this or it could be that and blah blah blah. No, man. Like, we've been watching the Commonwealth pull bullshit and Bev clean and change diapers on the prosecution since before this trial even started. If the purpose of these proceedings are to get justice, are to if the purpose is to obtain justice, execute justice, and everything that's happening from the Commonwealth as well as the judge is in contrary to that, then this is corruption. There's no other word for it. It is corruption. I mean, I'm just. I mean, yeah, this is exactly what this is, Carlo. This is 100% corruption in real time, televised corruption in real time. And I hate seeing Karen Reed's parents like this because they're right now they're worried. They're worried that justice is it should be real simple. You know, I was talking to Jess Machado, Fall River reporter. I was standing up there in the press box talking to her, and we were talking about Karen Reed's family and our observations. And I told her what I marveled at the most was how even now, Karen Reed, her defense team, but especially her family, still ironically believes in a system that is deliberately trying to railroad Karen Reed. They still believe in this system. They are still playing by the rules. They are still doing everything. They are trusting right over wrong. They are operating under the they're operating under
You are unmuted.
the
Jurors,
trust of
sometimes
what is
lawyers
correct
have
and
what
what
we
is
call
right.
stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Buchanan, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there. Correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been or and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video. But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restrictions of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
Well, how much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to, I think it was 537.
So basically it boils down to this guy's trying to say that the reason why it cuts and skips is due to its motion. It's motion activated, and that's why it's missing footage. But he's trying to say you're not an IT guy. You don't know how this system works, do you? You can't say that it works that way. How do you know it's motion activated? Well, no, it's not that it's not that they stopped the recording. It's that they cut the recording.
The vehicle went in this video,
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left? In real life, not on this video.
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion.
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
That's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this?
That's what the footage represents. Yeah, bro.
Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer. Can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
Yeah, this is amazing, people. Like, I can't believe that this guy is sitting up there and just like I've never seen that before. Like, he's playing expert and playing dumb at the same time. He's acting like he's an expert in IT while playing dumb as far as what's actually on the footage. Whereas, which is fascinating.
You are
because
unmuted.
He was there.
So, Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's playing dumb as to what was on the footage.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand.
Which he was there. He was there. So why is he playing dumb about where he was, but acting like an expert as to the part to where he had nothing to do with?
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending on which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Here we
Is this
go.
a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is.
Oh, it's a different one. Okay.
Sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it or do you intend to show it?
No, I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you. Yes.
All right. So it's not the
Thank you.
flash drive from Friday. It's a different flash drive.
Yes.
I want to know what's on that other flash drive. Yeah, totally. I mean, Lacey Ann, you're saying she rolled out the first thumb drive guaranteed. I mean, I don't know if she already did, but they probably expect her to, and that's probably why they're not presenting it. But I feel like he wouldn't have tried to admit it if she had already ruled against it being shown. So I still think there's a possibility that we'll see it, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, people were asking about my thumbnail for this one, but a lot of people already get it. For those of you who don't know, that's some stills of Sergeant Buchanan here dancing with his shirt off. Which he might as well be doing on the stand right now. Just a drunken idiot dancing around. Because I'm taking him as seriously now sitting on the stand as I take him in that video dancing.
Court all rise. Jury out.
All right. So I guess the jury's leaving, and now she wants to see what's on this flash drive, I guess. Yeah, everybody. I mean, the defense is pissed off, man. Yeah, no, I promise you that Turtle Boy cannot hear what's being said in sidebar. I can promise you that. Because I was in that courtroom, and I'm telling you, the sound is actually better watching it uh streamed rather than being inside the courtroom. It's difficult to hear everybody, especially Lolly. It's difficult to hear. It's actually understandable for Judge Bev to get frustrated with Lolly as many times as she does when she tells him to speak up, because you can't hear him. Because the amplification that the mics have are not not nearly as prominent inside the courtroom as they are, because they go right into the feed. What's being said into the mics is going right into the feed that we're hearing. So we're hearing that very well amplified, especially if you're like me wearing headphones. You can hear it a lot better. But inside the courtroom, it doesn't amplify almost anything at all. I had to actually like really listen to see if those mics are amplifying anything inside the courtroom. Yeah, Karen is looking sharp today. Absolutely. She's definitely got a smart business look today. I mean, she normally usually does, but today most definitely. The defense dressed and came to court ready to fight. All right. I do have to step away for a moment, guys. I do apologize. It's just going to be a couple of minutes, but I'm going to leave this running. Yes, I see the Roccos in the courtroom. It's good to see them there. Let me like I said, I got to step away just for a couple of minutes, guys, but I'm going to leave this running. So sorry for the lack of commentary during the silent parts of what's going on in court. I do apologize for that.
All right. I'm going to take a 2-minute recess.
All rise for the court, please.
With that session, you may be seated.
Does council need to see me or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Ah, it was back again.
I did the
Okay.
same thing. I think it's
All right.
XX.
So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay.
Bates, if you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds, so thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Port.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And it's everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please. Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right. I'm sorry. Yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go ahead and play it. Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
And that person had the that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the Sally port. If you can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
Do you see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Rich. We can take that down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
We could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video? That just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused.
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe.
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car?
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sally Port and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
Oops. I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50.
Did y'all see Paulo O'Keefe's face?
How much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay. And this reads vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have shown, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the Sally Port? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Pupnik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
Bruh.
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Okay. Well,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, Paul O'Keefe just had a look like this. He was just like, dude, get your shit together, bro.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So, how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury.
sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What if
She's
anything
been leading the whole trial.
What if anything was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
It's a crock of shit.
Now, from the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that
Like a convenience store is always
any
recording.
difference
You're going to
between
tell me a
those
police station isn't?
content of what's contained in the video.
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
You received the original version
I would
before.
ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay.
So let me get this straight. So you
I have one
did you
moment,
just
Your
say
Honor?
that you received the original version before? Now, I was in the courtroom the first time they showed this, and Tom was sitting behind me. Tom CPU was sitting behind me. And after this, he was the one immediately pointed out to me. He's like, "Did you see the square of snow?" What that means is that Karen's car was already in there. Snow fell off of it. and then they pulled it out. They pulled out the car. They already had tape as well. So the crime scene tape was already cut to size. They didn't use a roll to wrap up the car with the crime scene tape. When you see the footage, it was already cut to size. So everything indicates that this car was already in the Sallyport and was recording. And then they were like, wait a minute. No.
The vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the Sallyport area, correct?
That's correct.
Because, you know. Right. I was thinking the same thing, Mama Bear, unless it was another car, but doubtful. Because they don't actually pull into the Sallyport when they bring suspects in, right?
Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that door. Tell me if you could.
That's right. Exactly the next point I was going to get to. Like that snow would have been melted if it was another
if I could
car.
direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Well, why would snow come off the vehicle if it was sitting in a blizzard? That makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he's trying to pull that shit. Like Microdots is proving exactly, you know, Microdots is making a perfect point here. But also, it's like, you expect me to believe that convenience stores and surveillance footage from any business whatsoever is constantly recording, because it's digital, so it's constantly recording. But a police station is motion activated? Come on. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. That the camera in a police station would be motion activated. It makes no sense at all. You see, they've already got the crime scene tape already cut to length. It was already ready. You grab this end, I'll grab that end. I'll put it where we had it before. Here we go. Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm baffled. Tom was absolutely right. And I actually made it a point to tell Karen herself that. And she was like, "Oh, that's a good point." But I don't know if she made her team aware of it. And I don't, it's probably just not that relevant. Just the fact that it's inverted is more than enough.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning?
No, Gil Kennedy. It was Bev's brother, not her dad.
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on 1 Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dyke?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dighton when that vehicle is being loaded onto the truck and you can see the tail light there?
John.
Okay.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dighton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken tail light and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
See, it sucks. Like, this is just a big, like, in a sense, it's just a big game. And now they have to clean up. And I don't want to word it like that, but because what happened with Yannetti this morning was absolutely necessary. Yannetti had every right to be upset, and he was justified in every word that he said, in my opinion. But, now we got Judge Bev all pissed off throughout the day, all pissy because she decided to try to shoot David Yannetti down numerous times, and he stood up to her every time, and that put her in a shitty mood. And now they have to play fucking catch up when it comes to her making decisions that are going to help their defense. So they got to be extra nice. And it just sucks, like when somebody's so clearly incompetent as Judge Bev seems to be, and clearly in favor of the prosecution, it's got to be so difficult to maintain your composure the entire time.
Now, Sergeant, between the version of the video that you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
I'll tell you all about that during break, Kaylee
Now, if
Munn.
I could turn you back to some
I'll
questions
tell you all
were
about it.
asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts general law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation.
Are you supposed to tell the medical examiner what
contacted
to
the
report?
medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the Chief Medical Examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
Be Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton Fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Thank you, sir. May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. Any approach?
Yes.
I don't know. That's pretty specific, homie.
Last sentence.
If I said
yes
that it was to the face, if it says that there,
Does that refresh your recollection?
I didn't.
Yes, it
say
does.
that.
What did you say to the or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase "I hit him" or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Miss Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m.? Before 10:41 a.m. that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
Proof for it didn't happen, bitch.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, like the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You are aware that it was...
You're in charge of the investigation.
Well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that.
How do you not know?
You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar,
I
Mr.
mean,
Jackson.
See, she sustains everything that connects the
Provided the video.
that connects law enforcement to the Alberts.
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay. What entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Microdonts, they've been saying that this whole
Your next
time.
witness, Mr. Lally?
That's what the Alberts
Sure,
were
on
saying.
call Officer Nicholas Barrows to the stand.
Okay.
That was Jen McCabe's entire testimony in cross-examination. Oh, I didn't say that. That's wrong. I didn't delete anything. That's wrong. So either there's not things that were supposed to be documented were never documented, and then the stuff that was documented is inaccurate. That's what you're telling this jury, in essence.
So the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continued, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton, North Dayton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking of?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residents.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
And the Reed residence, was that a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And
he said that shit with his chest.
Earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said, once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dayton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dayton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
It was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house. Is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle? If you know?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
Oh,
And then
wow.
beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle, there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And
But there was no
as far as
snow
the
on
time that the
caked
troopers went into
onto
the house, at
Karen's
some
vehicle
point
in the
to
Sally
come
port.
out of the
It was
house,
all over
correct?
the ground.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
I mean,
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
Can I have a moment, John?
Yes.
I mean, he just said that the taillight was cracked and that there was a piece missing. He didn't say the taillight was broken and that the taillight was missing. He said it was cracked and that there was a piece missing. Like, how did that piece break into 42 pieces and end up all over the goddamn 34 Fairview property? Explain that shit.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination. All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all.
I mean, they didn't even cross this guy. They're not even going to cross this guy.
Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, and if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
All right. I mean, yeah, look at her. She's like, this should be easy. This should be easy. Right. Exactly, microdots. I can't wait to get microdots up here. Like, I'm dying to talk to you, dude. I want to know what just happened right there. Like right now, her mom and her dad just gave her a look or said something, and she's like, yeah. And I'm wondering if it's about what Barros just said about the tail light. And I wonder if Lolly caught it, and I wonder if he's trying to weasel his way out of it right now in sidebar. But yeah, they're about to take their morning recess, which is usually about 15 minutes. And yeah, like somebody was asking, like, because for those of you who don't know, I was in there. I went to Boston and I visited and met all the supporters. That was just amazing. Well, as many as were there and could make it. Some were working, but I met a bunch of amazing people, and I met the Reeds and all of her defense team. I met many of the folks that were in the press area. Everybody that I met was cool. Everybody that I met was amazing. Karen's parents are the nicest people in the world. And somebody was asking, like, how did you sit there the whole time without smoking and without, yelling at Bev? And I got to tell you, I mean, I think it's the respect for the justice system, because I do have respect for the overall justice system. If I had to explain it, because the thing is Bev was at my 12, like where I was sitting. Bev was at my 12, straight up, and honestly, she wasn't that bad while I was in there. Like it wasn't very eventful. So there weren't really moments where I was just like, "Are you fucking serious, lady?" There weren't really any moments like that. But I didn't smoke simply because I was sitting next to Karen's mom, and I did not want to smell like cigarettes at all. I did not want her to smell cigarettes. These people are the nicest people in the world. Like, if there are a set of parents that I've ever met and had a first impression of that
You are unmuted.
demanded respect.
About a half an hour break.
About a 30-minute break. It's going to be 30 minutes, guys. Thank you, Susan M. You're super brave, Will. I'm proud of you for going. Oh, it was my pleasure. It was one of the best experiences I've ever had. One of the most insightful experiences I've ever had.
You are muted.
But yeah, I was really that was the whole thing is I was immediately like let me see if I can pull this up actually. You can kind of get an idea of what of what I mean here. But that's me meeting. This is by Brian Hale. He's a great photographer. I didn't know that he even took this picture, but that's me meeting Janet, Karen's mom, and she is the nicest. I mean, you see how pleasant she is immediately. That moment right there actually captures just how pleasant she is at all times. At all times. She's just a really nice lady. So the idea of going outside during break and smoking a cigarette and coming back in and sitting next to her was like, no way. It was a no-go. There was no way I was going to do that. There was no way I was going to do that. I was like, I can wait until the proceedings are completely over and they get in their SUV and drive away. That was it. But yeah, this is yeah, it was a great experience. It really was. Everyone there was so nice. And I mean everyone, like everyone. There wasn't even the slightest negative interaction with another human being. Like I met Turtle Boy within minutes of within a minute maybe of even being there at the in the vicinity of the courthouse once I got out of my Uber. And and Turtle Boy was just the whole time just really like, you know, whenever I'd look over at him in the courtroom and he'd see me, he'd be like, fuck yeah, you know, like really excited, like, you know, I was really excited to interact with him. I was really excited to interact with Jess Machado. She was just really, really cool. Full on professional, but also very personable. Everyone was just very, very like sweet. Just, I mean, there were supporters there who I mean, I didn't tell anyone that I was going. I kept it a secret because I just didn't want, you know, I wanted to surprise, you know, the people there. But also I didn't, you know, there were talks of some of the people that have been known to troll me, that may be there, and I didn't want to give them more incentive to show up, and I didn't want to bring any problems. Everything's been very and pleasantly uneventful on outside of that courthouse, for the most part, aside from like JLR showing up. You know, everything's been very, and I did not want to even risk being the reason why something would cause an unpleasantness there. There's a vibe there of positivity that you would be nothing less than an absolute asshole to fuck with deliberately. I mean, I'm going to repeat that. You would be nothing less than an absolute asshole to deliberately fuck with the natural positivity that takes place outside of that courthouse among those people there. It's constantly positive. It's like, it's one thing, you can kind of feel it when you're watching it on Tom CPU's channel, but when you're there, you feel it. And it was overwhelming. It was overwhelming, but in such a good way. Sorry, I missed it. What is Liz Reed saying here? I told mom she had a stain on her shirt here. She of course didn't, but I like to mess with. That's funny. You're talking about that picture. Yeah. Everyone was just super nice. Like, it's just so funny. Like, people talk about Karen Reed, Because on camera, yes, on camera, in the courtroom, you see her with a look on her face of pure concentration and yes, contempt, yes, anger, yes, frustration, and yes, if you didn't know better, you could say arrogance, but I know better because meeting her in person, that is what she's experiencing in court versus outside of the courtroom. She's focused, but she's pleasant. She's very, very pleasant disposition. There was immediately you feel comfortable around her. Immediately you feel comfortable around her. Not the kind of vibe you would get from somebody who's trying to get away with something like murder. It was a very pleasant experience. Man, yeah. And how about Sergeant Barros, man? Because I don't really know how much. I mean, I'm sure that's going to come up in I'm sure that's going to come up in closing arguments. I would imagine they would. But they didn't even cross. They didn't even cross-examine. Yeah, I didn't take any pictures really. But here's people took a few pictures of me and Turtle Boy, which is cool. We hung out at the waterfall. Got to know everybody. Tom and I left for a few minutes, and Tom drove me over to 34 Fairview so I can get an idea of what it looks like in person, and it is much smaller in person than it's depicted in photographs. Much smaller. And yeah, Turtle Boy posted we were playing grab ass. And then yeah, there's that sign. So but the front desk people were cool with me smoking there anyway. They actually told me to go over there and smoke right in front of that sign, basically. Because I hit up the dispensary as soon as I got there. But yeah. I had a great time. Let's see. All right. Turtle Boy just went live for 4 minutes. Let's see what he said here. Small piece missing. Thank you, Buzzing for Truth.
Hold on. What's up, everyone? It's over.
So I guess he's just getting a bad signal, but he's saying, "What's up, everybody? It's over." I mean, it just is. Like, this is that jury. The fact that they didn't even cross, they were like, "Yeah, we're good."
All right, well,
the jury knows. All right.
Are we live? We
there
choppy?
we go.
Can you guys hear me okay? What's up, everyone? It's over. The whole thing's over. It's done. So the Officer Nicholas Barros just ended this thing. It's done. The whole thing's over. So I mean, it's been over for a while, but Officer Nicholas Barros, the first honest cop, the first non-disgraced cop to testify during this whole charade of a trial, just testified in court. The Karen Reed's taillight, when he observed it at Bill Reed's house at about 4 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, was cracked, not shattered. Cracked, not shattered. There's one piece missing, he said. One piece, not 45. It's done. It's over.
It's
That's
over,
the way it
bro.
was at 4 p.m. It's over.
It's
It's
where
done.
you're right.
It's done.
No questions, Your
Hours
Honor.
later at the Canton Police headquarters, after Michael Proctor and Bukaki get their hands all over it, and then video disappears. 42 minutes of that just disappears. It's done. It's over. Not only is Karen Reed 1,000% guilty, the state police are 1,000%. No, I apologize. Not guilty. Karen Reed is 1,000% not guilty. The state police are 1,000% guilty. They destroyed that taillight. It's done, bro. It's done. Over. Game over.
I mean,
Nicholas Barros, the Dayton police officer, the first honest cop to testify. He just ended this whole thing. It's over. I saw the jury's faces. I saw it. They know. They smiled.
Nice.
They laughed. He
Nice.
just confirmed
Wow.
what they already knew. It's over. Will come back from this break and say, I surrender. I fucked up. He called that witness. He called that witness and asked that question. Presumably, he prepped him on that too. He knew he was going to say that. It was so horrific.
Like, what the fuck was Lolly
himself
thinking?
That Eliza Little got up and said, we have no questions
There
for
you
this
go.
witness.
There you
Because
go.
why would she? Lally just did his job for them. It's done. It's
been
over,
doing it.
folks. It's over. Done. Done. The defense doesn't need a turn with them. The fuck are they going to do to him? They
Right.
already did everything they need. They're going to take a knee. They took a knee. What you just saw in there was the equivalent of taking a knee in football. They just took a fucking knee at the end of the game. It's over. It's done. They took a knee. They surrendered. Over. So anyway, just filling you in on that. I hope the feds are watching. I know they are. Nicholas Barros, officer from Dayton Police Department, just
Sergeant
ended
Nicholas
this
Barros.
thing. It's over. So justice is coming soon. The feds are coming soon. They're fucked. They're all fucked. And I hope they spend the rest of their lives in prison. These miserable, pukey fucks. You're going down. Understand that.
I love it.
Understand that. Peace.
Turtle Boy's all rejuvenated now. Cause like, dude, just the other day, my man was just like, dude, the feds aren't gonna do shit. I just don't see them doing anything, man. This whole thing is fucked. Like, Karen's gonna get off, but John's not gonna get justice. But I love it. I love to see him like totally rejuvenated. Like, dude, did you fucking hear that? At 4 p.m. on January 29th, Sergeant Barros from the Dayton Police Department testified that the taillight was cracked, that there was a piece missing. I mean, how do you recover from that? Like and the only thing I was curious about was, what did the jury look like? It's the only thing I was curious about. And he's like, I just saw the jury's faces. They're smiling. Like, having seen the jury, I can picture them. I can even imagine which ones reacted more than the others. I have their pictures and I have their faces in my mind. It's fantastic. Said they laughed. I love it. Yes, Terry Rivera, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We gotta do it. We gotta do a dance, man.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a.
I mean, dude, like, yes, that's Lemmy. So I just got some footage. I got in my DeLorean and I got some footage of Proctor's testimony. I'm going to go ahead and play that for you real quick here. Proctor's cross-examination.
I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
That's it. That's what's absolutely going to happen. That is what's absolutely going to happen. I this is the biggest sham of a trial that I've ever seen, and it's going to be like, okay, look, at this point, it's not a question of how is this going to just come to an end. It's when is this just going to like when is it time to finally just be like, okay, enough of this shit. Enough of this shit. This woman has clearly been railroaded. Clearly been railroaded. But here's the thing is in a part of me wants the entire trial to play out. I still want to hear the defense present their case. I want those expert witnesses called from the federal investigation. I want to hear their testimony. I want the jury to hear their testimony. I want their testimonies to go on record because the feds are fucking coming. That's going to happen. These feds are coming. It is over. I'm trying to tell you, like, there is still a very, very good chance that John O'Keefe could still get justice here. And this is the most important thing. And the irony of this is that Karen Reed is on trial for murdering John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe of the Boston Police Department. She is on trial for murdering John O'Keefe. Yet she is the only one right now facilitating towards justice for Officer John O'Keefe. That is an indisputable fact at this point. She is the only one right now. She is the sole person who is fighting to get him justice right now by being on trial, by presenting this defense. I've never seen anything like this. This is wild. Like, yeah, this is just insane, man. How long have we been on break? Oh, I'll go over that later. I don't want to take views away from attorney Melanie Little. But maybe I'll go over it later on. Because I'd really like to hear that. I would love to hear the two of them talk about this case and discuss this case. I would love to get Bedro. Is it Bedro? Mark? Is it Mark Bedro? I think. But talking to him, listening to him was fantastic. When I was on with Turtle Boy. Bedro. Thank you. And I would love to hear the banter between him and attorney Melanie Little, because I think they're both brilliant. I'm just looking at the chat. I can kind of hear what's going on in the courtroom. So people are like going back into the courtroom right now. They haven't started yet Give me just 1 second here, folks. Thank you, Bryn Moser. Appreciate you. I mean, it's possible. That's happened. I mean, that's how it happens sometimes, man. Let me tell you guys, when I was just a green little YouTuber tyke, I went into the case of Colton Harris Moore, who was known in the media as the Barefoot Bandit. I stumbled onto his stuff and his story, and I was just like, what? And I was fascinated by it. And I saw that he had a channel on YouTube, but he didn't post anything except airplanes taking off and saying what they were. And if you know the story of Colton Harris Moore, like, it makes perfect sense. So I left a comment on one of his videos. And he emailed me back, and then we got to talking, and then we set up a live stream, and I think I had him on 3 times. And if you know anything about him, he doesn't speak to the press. He doesn't give interviews, nothing. But for some reason, he enjoyed my, I guess, I don't know. I don't know. But he felt comfortable talking to me, and nobody in mainstream media, nobody, not bigger YouTube channels, nobody. And I was just grateful for that. Very, very nice guy. Brilliant guy. But if you, Mark Cunningham, then you know what I'm talking about. And they're still up. But it can happen just like that. All I did was leave a comment initially on his YouTube channel, and so it's not hard to believe that Mike from Young Jerks just reached out to Mark and have built this dynamic between the two of them.
What is back in session? You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth, the call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Whoa, shit. Here we go. Woo! Is Turtle Boy in the courtroom for this?
Well, if you want to put those down there, just be mindful to step up.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
That's not me, guys. I don't know why that did that. Dude, they need to get their shit together. I'll refresh it to see if it, no. That's the feed. That's not me, guys. I do apologize. Yeah, I don't know why. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Let me see what I can do here.
Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For about 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations.
Okay, now this is behind. Would you guys like me to play this in real time or just leave it as is?
System?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works, or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random.
All right.
And you're on call.
Sorry, guys. Here we go. This is real time.
So I called Detective Link.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Link.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Buchanan, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buchanan come to with regard to what to do or where to go, or what the next step should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Mechanic arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan, if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
Thank you, Ruby C.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
No, I just asked the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buchanan go from
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
there? Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
Bullshit.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You're lying. You attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes,
And they had not been responsive to that?
correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We had spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have occasion, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm, there's approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that.
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common, the observations.
Y'all notice that the picture in the snow of the shoe was, the sole was black, but the shoe that they showed in court was white?
We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, had you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Dude, I mean, what in the shit? Now, I would be surprised if we saw cross-examination today. He's the lead investigator. I mean, I'm constantly, even though I shouldn't be, I'm constantly surprised by Lally's incompetence. Even though I shouldn't be, but the interesting thing here is I feel like this is going to take all day. I mean, we also have plenty of reason to believe that Lally is going to take all day. He's going to show Sally Port video. He's going to show pictures of the crime scene, what days after the fact, and the search that took place days after the fact. All of this stuff is going to be just beaten to death. And then the stuff that actually matters is going to get destroyed and crossed. But I don't think we're going to get to that today because all of Lally's bullshit is going to happen all day.
Procedure.
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations
Exactly.
of clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let the siren go by. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you already referenced, and what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time.
Yeah, if you like how obnoxious I am, make sure to hit the subscribe.
Surveillance video from a variety of places on the
It gets worse.
28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regards to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and
Or
evidence
Lally.
within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room: the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Tully's the one pulling
Yourself
his
or
strings.
Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and say items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the
Tully's
clothing
Michael
items, at
Morrissey's
some
boy,
point did
man.
you, come into possession
And
to seize, Mr.
he's his
O'Keefe's
muscle, and he
Yes.
pulls his
phone? Do
strings.
you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
after, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you
Tully's
go?
Michael Morrissey's
So
house
after the-
boy.
The Good Samaritan Hospital. Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home. And having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Miss
Ward.
Miss McCabe, you spoke to
His
Miss Reed
ward,
in
the
her
one
home.
he keeps around for
And
entertainment.
who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dayton?
We contacted the Dayton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also, we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buchanan and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dayton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Mechanic's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Mechanic position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Mechanic went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dayton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home,
One that
had
just-
you and Sergeant
that just
Mechanic
outed your
approached
whole
the home at any
bullshit?
point prior to the Dayton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. And that's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length. Just ask you to review that after we finish. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us, and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up. the
I wish I
driveway,
was
you're
sitting
passing
next
by
to
the
Janet
defendant,
Reed
you
right
mentioned
now.
some, damage that
I
you
wish.
observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes,
And where is the vehicle at this point?
that is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
So we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were,
So why was there snow
the barracks at
when
in
you pulled
Milton,
in?
but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated set?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And
So
with
it was
regard to
covered with
the
snow.
Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you
Out
inside
of
that area?
yourself.
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put like a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Dude.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
You're a fucking
As
liar.
far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
You're lying.
Now, as far as prior
You're a
to
piece of shit.
leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting
To
is
exchange
concerned,
nude
that's
pics
troopers
of
from
suspects?
Your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Buchanan?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that,
In Norfolk.
as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases. And essentially, the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sallyport garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sallyport garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document things, correct?
Yes.
And that would include a Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sallyport garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if anything, do you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
Large pieces missing from it.
Broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or
No.
form? Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor.
Thank you, Buzzing for Truth. Will, can we call him Trooper Proctologist?
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And it was really nice meeting you, by the way. And you too, good citizen. It was really nice meeting you as well.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sally Port video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m.
Yes. Awesome meeting you as well.
You can just pause it right there. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sally Port area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here for just a few minutes.
Yeah, I wonder why the resolution is so dark on this one. I mean, it's the same Sally Port.
So
Why?
while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Well, this is a different
to this video from
day.
Sally Port Garage of the Canton Police Department. What, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded, or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lowe.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask it different.
Yeah, you too, Scott.
No.
Absolutely.
I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
Yeah,
With respect to this video,
this is a different day than the
as
other
far as
footage.
the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection.
It's a leading
How
question.
does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched
Right.
this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far, there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moved throughout the video?
Yeah, there's no
The
stuff.
timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike it.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there. Handing you an item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as an next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if
Yes.
At least he handed her the scissors properly. It's a Cabbage Patch doll! Oh my god! Thanks, Mom! Thanks, Dad!
Thank you, sir.
I mean, like,
You can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
I mean, that all that. Ah, but I wanted a new fake baby for my prosthetic child collection.
We need to mark that. And we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
Sorry, hold on. Hold on. So it's going to be 544 and 544A.
You know what I mean? Inquire, was the A the light and the 44 is the bag?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood. Thank you.
Could you put that on the bag, please, sir?
Bruh.
544, 544A. Thank you.
Today, Junior?
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
For real.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. And you can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Roads, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th. And we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Wow.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd.
What
but
type of
beyond the
people?
3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper DeChico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. In the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
It's because there was
Now,
nobody out there with
respect
you.
to items that
Because you're a liar.
were located, starting with the 3rd. Do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, it was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen.
Oh my God, dude.
And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was
Where do you get these
about a
fucking
half
idiots,
a dozen
huh?
days
Where do you get
mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well.
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle
a lying
out of the garage
piece
door,
of
backing
shit.
up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we wanted to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as
Why?
marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Because you're afraid she's going to say that she hit his car? Is that why you went to document whether or not there was damage to his car? Like, tell me you're fucking looking to set her up without telling me you're looking to set her up.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far
Now,
as any videos
Ali
present,
objected to this.
that you received pursuant to the
And
search
now
warrant, or
he's
any
playing
videos that were
defense.
Not present. That was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here.
Oh, this is going to be just fucking beautiful. This is going to be fantastic. I can't wait to see what Proctor says about this. Because they weren't even going to present this. What you're seeing is him showing this as a result of the defense showing it.
Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer up there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observe in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Dude, maybe an inch. Maybe an inch.
Vehicles come close or come into contact with each other. As far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Please tell me if you could run it from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence. What, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
And from what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you.
Right. I mean, you're proving to the jury right now that
Now,
footage.
So you proceeded to One
Jesus
Meadows
Christ.
Ave for the first time on February 3rd.
How
Is that correct?
stupid are you?
And Trooper Brent from Crime Scene was with you and took some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Dude, like, we just saw the taillight. That was not broken into all these different pieces, dude. That footage you just testified took place after the alleged the defendant allegedly hit the victim.
Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs.
And you found all these pieces of taillight all these days later. Right. All the red was lit up. Like, the jury just saw, like, okay, what are you trying to prove here? Are you trying to, like, do you think that we're stupid? Like, if I'm on the jury at this point, I'm thinking, do you think that I'm
Trooper,
stupid?
just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Okay, so A, the jury saw Karen's SUV bump into John O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse. The jury saw that. They also saw the tail light with minimal damage, but visible damage, but very minimal, driving away. And they also know that this guy found 42 pieces of taillight on 5 undocumented searches, where he's trying to say that people were with him each time. Like, if I'm on that jury, I'm going, what the fuck are you doing right now? Are you trying to convince me that this woman's innocent? Like, are you trying to convince me right now that the dude sitting on the stand framed this woman? Because that's where I'm going right now.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752. Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see 2 garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
So they're trying to show that there's no damage to his car.
From your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the ring video, video number 153. If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
This is it. This is all.
Your observations on that date.
Lally is so
What's the-
stupid.
Hold on.
Maybe approach please.
Okay.
Okay, so they're going to approach. Now listen, folks. This is what's happening. Okay? And it's hilarious. Remember when I told you guys that Thursday when the court adjourned, Yannetti walked up to both me and Brian LTL and was like, "This is beautiful. Now the jury knows that the prosecution is trying to hide something and we're not." He was talking about the inverted video, right? So now all Lally is doing right now, all he's doing is solidifying that to the jury. The jury is now seeing it because the prosecution is not presenting a case against Karen Reed right now. What they are doing is playing defense against the defense. Yes, absolutely. What's up, Turtle Boy? Dude, what's the jury like in there right now, bro? Like, dude, right now the jury is for sure looking at this now. Like, why are we looking at pictures of John O'Keefe's car? They objected. The prosecution objected to the defense showing the footage and the close-up of John O'Keefe's vehicle moving when Karen tapped it. And straight up, like they objected to it. Lally was like, "Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this." And then Yannetti said what he said to me and Brian after they exposed the video for being inverted and misleading the jury. And now they're just playing defense. What they should be doing with the lead investigator of this case sitting on the stand, what they should be doing is he should be flowing with evidence against Karen Reed, not defense against the defense, claiming that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe's car. Now they're just focusing on, do you see any damage to John O'Keefe's car? They weren't even going to talk about that. The jury sees already that they weren't even planning on addressing this. They're only addressing it because of what the defense presented on Thursday. That's the only reason they're addressing it. That is very telling to the fact that the prosecution has no case against Karen Reed and that they're playing defense against the accusation against Trooper Proctor and the Massachusetts State Police and Michael Morrissey's district attorney's office for framing and railroading Karen Reed, who's sitting on trial right now for a murder that she did not commit. And now the jury is absolutely seeing this. All that matters is what the jury sees. All that matters is what the jury hears, and all that matters is how they interpret it.
You are unmuted.
Trooper, when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes.
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Proctor?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Got a man approach?
Yes.
seek to introduce.
Look at that. Why are they focused on John O'Keefe's vehicle? There should be no focus at all on John O'Keefe's vehicle if they're trying to present a case against Karen Reed. John O'Keefe's vehicle is absolutely irrelevant.
It's 5:55. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have.
Yeah, dude, Jackson is in Terminator mode right now, bro. Look at him.
779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as Exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
Is that the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Unreal, bro. you sloppy fucks.
780. Next one, actually. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic, clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team had came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow and then they created more piles. But as far as
Why were the tail
general
light
area was
pieces
by
on top of the
flagpole
snow?
and fire hydrant. It wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass area.
Asphalt or grass is basically what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those 3 successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
Fuck the gloves now, right?
With the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
I love how this guy
Court's
just
permission,
touched the
may
bag
the
without
witness,
gloves.
Remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag.
Yes.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Yeah, explain this shit away to the jury, dude. I can't wait. The defense has done such a surgical, such an amazing job with surgical precision of making him look incompetent throughout this entire trial. All because Lally decided to call him up last? Dude. Like, the jury is just looking at this guy at this point like, yeah, show us all the taillight pieces that you fucking planted, that you broke and planted. When we've already seen pictures of and heard an honest cop. No fucking way. No fucking way.
I'm all introducing this next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
That out of what? 42 pieces? Get the fuck out of my face with that.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red
Get
plastic.
the fuck out of here. Not possible.
May the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
Yeah. Each envelope, each bag he opens is a nail in his coffin. I could watch this shit all day.
smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
No, is it?
All right, so
You don't want to show the plastic? You just want to show the bag?
are you moving
You think
to
that's
introduce it?
sufficient
Madam Court Reporter, any objection?
to not show the evidence to the
You can go ahead
jury?
and open it.
That's sufficient.
Go ahead and open it.
Exactly. I don't know what's in that bag. What the fuck? Yeah, open it. The fuck are you doing? This is amazing. Yeah, I think that's sufficient, Your Honor. No, homie, it's not sufficient.
All right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open everyone?
What?
Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
I can't see that far.
You serious?
All right, so go.
I don't need a motion.
Jackson's like, I got what I need. Thank you.
No objection.
We're good.
How many pieces are in there?
Jackson eyeballed the shit. Was like, yeah, that's. I got it. We're good. So let's put the bag inside the bag that's inside the other bag. You know.
The smaller bag will be 564.
Thank you.
You know how hard it was to get her DNA all over this, to get his DNA on this?
Containing 7.
Bless his heart. Bless his heart. That's totally what this is like, Microdots. Like I said, I could watch this shit all day.
The 11th, if you could open that up and move those items.
This is almost better than I imagined Cross being. Get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit right there. Do you see the size of that taillight piece right there? Did you? Oh my God, dude. Every bag he opens is a nail in this dude's coffin. This is beautiful. Bro. Oh my God, dude. You're telling me that broke off of that taillight that we just saw footage of?
Your Honor, call multiple seats introduced in the minutes of the next exhibit.
Yo, my man.
565.
Lastly, sir, with regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of
This is all
red
before
and clear
lunch.
plastic.
This is all before
Your Honor,
lunch.
the court's permission may the witness remove
Yes.
the items.
Oh, please close with this. Please let this be the last of your direct. Let this be the big mic drop moment for you, Lally. Please. Give me a fucking break, dude. Holy shit. Look at, dude. Those fucking, each piece of that taillight is the size of fucking Australia, bro. You're telling me that shit, you found that shit in the snow?
No objection.
Exhibit 567.
Dude.
Here's the original bag.
Oh my God.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective days.
Yes.
What?
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring
Holy
video from
shit.
Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in on what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term just as far as videos are concerned?
I'm lightheaded,
electronic
Mike or Dots.
devices,
I'm lightheaded.
What's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive. So it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
Where is that?
What, if any,
We're still
follow-up
waiting
inquiry
for
did
that.
you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if, a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further
Jackson's
inquiry
not
of Ring,
fucking
were you
around.
ever able to
Jackson
obtain
is
any
foaming
video
at the
from those
mouth,
specific sections,
drooling
where you anticipated
Cross
video
right
was-
now.
no.
Yeah, dude, this is over. You're cooked. Like, you just showed the
Now, sir, if I
world that
could
you planted
turn your
that foot
attention
that
to-
taillight, those taillight pieces.
January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation as far as yourself, was Sergeant Mechanic with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Mechanic and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Mechanic made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, but I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the Currans, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew
The only ones, Julie,
Albert,
Chris,
for Albert and
Ryan.
Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, or Julie Daniels is her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, like Julie and Chris and their kid Colin. And I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as
All
Colin
defense
Albert,
against the defense.
What's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Is senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously, you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well.
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
She's got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
I mean, like.
Now.
But the Alberts never come up, right?
As far as
no. The McCabe's, the Alberts, they never come up.
When did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Buchanan.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
That's
So,
still
Ally,
a
why don't we take
conflict
our
of
luncheon
interest.
break?
That's still a conflict of interest, you dummy. They're not friends, not family. They're acquaintances. I classify them as
You are
acquaintances.
muted.
Wow. Oh, this is just going great, isn't it?
Okay. Council approach.
Sure.
Council.
Okay, we can't hear what's going on, but I mean, people. Yeah, like right now, I don't have that one available. I don't think he even deserves the I don't think he deserves anything as menacing as Darth Vader. I think and we can't see him walking anyway, so but the only music that would fit him would be the Benny Hill music for sure. Like right now, the person directly responsible for collecting evidence and putting a case together for this prosecution just outed himself as a corrupt, lying piece of shit. Alex, thank you so much. Enjoy one of your last lunches that's not served on a tray, Proctor. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Alex. Yeah, dude. I mean, this dude just outed himself. Like he absolutely just with his hands with his own hands showed the jury that he absolutely planted that evidence, that he planted those pieces of taillight, because all of the footage that we saw, none of the footage that we saw, I should say, showed all of that taillight missing. I don't even see how all that taillight came out off of the same car, like off of the same taillight. I don't see how all those pieces, they were massive. They were massive pieces of taillight. Like I was expecting all of these tiny little shattered pieces. That shit was the size of Australia. Each one. It was insane. Except the one that Jackson got a hold of and went, okay, yeah, this is good, Your Honor. Thanks. I can't. We saw. There's no way that taillight got broken and was left and found at 34 Fairview. That was left at 34 Fairview prior to the 5:30 a.m. footage of her backing into John O'Keefe's vehicle. There is no way that taillight was not that damaged. This is crazy. The prosecution's case just completely fell apart, physically fell apart. And found, and yeah, you take all of these factors, you take all of these factors, all of the McCabe's and the Alberts sat there on the stand and lied, visibly and audibly lied. I mean, one after the other, torn apart by cross-examination this entire trial. You take all of that, you take all of these things that we've already heard throughout this trial into consideration, and then that to seal the deal. I mean, that's it. All of these people lied. There's not one piece of evidence that the prosecution has shown that didn't make District Attorney Morrissey and anyone working under him in this case not looked corrupt. They all look corrupt. Everyone, starting with Morrissey down, looks corrupt right now to that jury. Yeah, no, I spoke to Jackson directly. We were walking back from lunch, and I said, he stated, and it's safe to say so now, but I'll tell you what he was talking about. He was worried that what he was telling me was, you know, he was worried at the time that the prosecution was going to come up with a fake logbook or something to that effect to say that they logged everything into evidence. at a prompt time, at a sound time. Because one of the biggest things is, why wouldn't you log this stuff into evidence immediately? There is no log book or any type of logging system, apparently, where you would log these things into evidence. Remember, Bukaki was sitting up there going, it was documented. Well, documented how? Where? Where was it? So he was worried when they came back from lunch that when we were coming back from lunch, that they were going to come up with some bullshit about a logbook, which they didn't do. And now mentioning it's not going to hurt because it's too late. They're not going to do that. But he was worried that they were going to come up with some bullshit story about how this stuff is logged into evidence. And I said to him, I don't understand this. How can such an elaborate cover-up be executed so sloppy? And he was like, we were just talking about that. This is how he responded to me directly. He was like, we were just talking about that. And the only thing is power. These people had no idea that they were going to be confronted to this point, that it was going to go as far as trial. He didn't say these words, but basically, like, yeah, if you're in a position of power, you don't think anybody's going to question you or ask you questions. But basically what's going on here is they never expected this to go to trial. They did not count on him. Michael Morrissey and his subordinates did not count on Karen Reed being as tenacious as she is and getting the attorneys that she did, getting the defense team that she got. They expected her to, because they operated on the whole concept that she was questioning, did I hit him? So here they are thinking, well, she thinks that she hit him, so this is an easy fix. If she thinks that she hit him, no harm, no foul. We just basically build a weak case so that when her public defender or her attorney tells her, hey, this is what they have, they're going to tell her to plead guilty. They're going to advise her to plead guilty. It's never going to go as far as trial. She's already questioning whether or not she hit him. So if we just beat the idea in her head that she hit him and say that we've got this evidence, well, then she's just going to plead guilty. And that's it. Problem solved. Nobody comes looking this way inside 34 Fairview where we were all hanging out. Nobody's going to come looking this way. But they didn't count on Karen Reed and her family being like, no, wait a second. Fuck that. That doesn't add up. I mean, and that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now. Right now, we're watching a gross underestimation of Karen Reed becoming very apparent as to how it was an underestimation. There's no questioning that. There is absolutely no denying this. Karen Reed was absolutely underestimated by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and they are now seeing that she is not the one to fuck with. Like, this is incredibly sloppy. They sure as hell didn't count on it being so public. They sure as hell didn't count on Turtle Boy. They sure as hell didn't count on the rest of us looking at documents and statements prior to this trial taking place. They didn't count on all of us asking all these questions. They didn't count on all those people crowding outside of the courthouse. They didn't count on everyone demanding answers. They didn't count on good people demanding justice for a murdered Boston police officer. They did not count on that. That's it, Microdots. That's it. I mean, that's your summary of this entire case. She drank too much. She was frantic. She woke up, saw that her boyfriend wasn't home yet, who's never not home, freaked out, got into a panic because she couldn't remember things just yet. Anybody has experienced drinking, you know that you might not have that immediate memory, but things come back later. Things come back later. And before her memory came back, she was questioning herself. She didn't think that anybody at 34 Fairview had any motive to hurt John, that there would be any reason for John to be beat up and discarded on the front lawn. She wasn't thinking anything like that. She did what any decent person said. Like, she's feeling guilty about all of the voicemails, the angry voicemails that she left, and is thinking, overthinking the minor problems that they were having as a couple. And so naturally she starts to put blame on herself. And that blame on herself is going to start triggering thoughts, and it's going to start triggering ideas, and it's going to start triggering her imagination. And then she's going to entertain the possibility, because she's somebody who takes accountability for her actions, and entertains the possibility simply that she may have hit him. I don't know if I hit him. She's not ready to start pointing fingers at anybody. And so these fucking shitbags at 34 Fairview, the Alberts, the McCabe's, they all commiserate because somebody in that house did what they did to John, threw him out on the front lawn. And then Jen McCabe says, hey, she asked me if she hit him. She straight up was like, did I hit him? All right, here's what we're going to do. When asked about this later, you're going to say that she didn't ask the question. She said she hit him. And then they're going to talk to, what's her face? McLaughlin, the EMT, who's friends with Caitlin Albert. And then they're going to say, hey, we need a professional who can verify that could say that they heard Karen Reed say definitively, I hit him, not ask the question. And so the web of lies just expands, it spins. This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. Enter Trooper Proctor. Oh, well, he's going to be the state police guy in charge. We'll get him on it. And Proctor and the Alberts and the McCabe's sit there and bounce ideas off each other on what they're going to do. And then it falls on Proctor to plant the taillight. Well, there is some damage to the taillight. We could work with that. The damage to the taillight, we'll just take pieces of it and we'll put them all around the property. I mean, this is unbelievable. Thank you, Dan B. I appreciate you. Deliberations. Now when it's a guilty verdict, they tend to last longer. Because you have to remember how this works. To get a guilty verdict, everyone has to unanimously decide on the jury that she's guilty. They have to unanimously decide this. This is never going to happen. I'm telling you this right now. But because now, if they come back with a not guilty verdict, which I have no reason at all whatsoever to believe that they would come back with anything but a not guilty verdict. If and when they come back with a not guilty verdict, if it doesn't take long at all, it's because all of them unanimously were just like, no way she did this. But they're going to have to, we're talking about a fallen police officer here, and they're going to have to take their time. They're going to have to deliberate. So taking a long time is usually good. If you're looking for a not guilty verdict, taking a long time is good. And it's bad if you want the person to be guilty. If you're somebody who's like, oh my God, like this person's guilty, we know they're guilty, and it's taking a long time, you have to worry. So yeah, I don't think that deliberations would take as long as they normally would when you would reach a not guilty verdict, but because of the nature of everything and because of the evidence, so I don't think it's going to take that long for them to deliberate and reach a not guilty verdict, but they tend to take longer in other cases when the evidence isn't so apparent. They tend to take pretty long. I can't speak for the O'Keefes. I won't presume to do so. But I don't know. But I think it's already at the point. I think it's already at the point where where the feds are going to end up chiming in on all of this. I mean, what we're seeing right now is everything that you're seeing now is going on record. There was clearly corruption in this investigation. This was exposed to the entire world that this investigation was corrupt, that it was corrupted. This is we're seeing this. We just watched it happen. There is no way that they found those pieces of taillight. And I mean, Lolly straight up asked him. He straight up asked him, like, you testify right now under oath that those are the pieces of taillight that you found during your searches on 34 Fairview Road. Yes. Wow. The ones that you held up that were like gigantic. Like, he didn't hold up a bunch of pieces of taillight that were this small. He didn't do that. He held up pieces of taillight that were like, are you kidding, bro? Are you kidding? You like, how stupid do you think this jury is? Oh, I saw the troll. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how long deliberations are going to take. That's my answer. I don't know, but I would expect that, you know, knowing and covering many trials, a guilty verdict taking a long time. If you're hoping for a guilty verdict and it's taking a long time, it's not a good sign. So that's the thing is deliberations taking a long time for this case just to me means that they're being thorough. I would find it refreshing, but I don't expect it would take as long as your average not guilty verdict. because there's usually a lot more evidence to weigh against. There's no evidence in this case against Karen Reed. There's absolutely no evidence in this case against Karen Reed. It has been absolutely and totally proven beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion, proven that there is no case against Karen Reed. Today's hearing solidifies this. There is no case against Karen Reed. The motive has been shot down and destroyed. And the evidence now, the physical evidence, has been absolutely and totally destroyed. The physical evidence in this case is nothing. If anything, it is proof that that evidence was planted, and it's corrupt evidence. It is corrupted evidence. You guys want to try something? You guys curious? I'm a little curious here.
Watch Twitter as I'm watching the trial, hence why I drop out. But testimony from the Dayton police officer establishes, right, that the taillight was broken before the Massachusetts State Police even got to the car, right? And somehow we're taking this as a win because he said that it was cracked with a piece missing, not 45 pieces. Physics is hard, but if something is in one piece and then that piece, it breaks, it looks like one piece is missing, usually,
This fucking idiot talks like we didn't just watch this guy pull out like 4 fucking pieces of taillight this fucking big and try to claim that those were pieces from the taillight when Sergeant Barrows just said that that it was cracked and there was a piece missing. Like, what do you mean? That was the whole fucking taillight. That was the taillight and then some that this guy showed off in open court. Like, it is fascinating right now to listen to these idiots stick to their guns. Oh my God, this is great. I can't think of a better way to spend my lunch.
and then that one piece is usually comprised of smaller pieces depending on how it broke, and those pieces were found at the scene. We're all very confused here, but not a good day for Karen.
And his
not a good day for Karen, she said.
Written report does not say cracked or missing pieces. It just says damaged. So unfortunately, it was not very descriptive. But unless he's lying, he's describing it clearly here as missing a piece. So,
right.
And he's describing it as you would naturally describe it if you were approaching it from behind, because the larger piece that's missing is from the corner, so really on the side of that taillight.
Right.
And so,
bro, Plevin, how are you not, even at this point, how can you even say that shit with a straight face like you're serious? How can you do that, Plevin?
I'm retarded?
I'm gonna go with that.
To the left of where it's broken on the back, it is relatively intact. So I think he described it as you would naturally remember it if you were just looking at it from behind.
While it's buried in over a foot of snow.
It wasn't though.
Right. So
the pictures that we saw, the pictures that you saw, they were on top of the snow. What are you talking about?
The numbers I checked around on everybody's channel is up today, and we know why.
Of course.
How's he doing?
I mean, it's direct, so I think he's doing fine, but we'll see how he holds up to cross. Now, I think, he obviously has had the benefit of other proceedings at this point, several. So, from what I understand, one of those proceedings in particular was pretty harsh to most of the people that had to go before that one. So they've got some practice under them because, I mean, the the real game here is not losing your shit on Alan Jackson.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And that could be tough. I wagered a bet on Twitter. If any free Karen Reed idiot wants to bet me $300 that Michael Proctor never pleads the fifth, like I'm good for it. I'll drop my Venmo. You can drop yours.
I mean, I don't think he's going to plead the fifth, but you know, like we'd like to see it, but I'm not taking that bet because, bitch, we know you ain't got no goddamn $300. Stop it.
And serious here. $300. This man is not going to plead the fifth one.
You ain't got no goddamn.
Some of these people were saying he wasn't even going to take the stand. He was just going to completely plead the fifth.
Well, that didn't happen at all. Did it?
No, certainly not yet. I thought his testimony it's held up very well so far. Of course, he hasn't been crossed. Not sure if we learned anything too much that was new. Let's see. Let me just go through my notes. So
I think the taillight piece, that's what I've been following the most with this, because we've still got this lingering idea that this car was tampered with and that evidence was planted. But now we have a Dayton officer corroborating that it was broken before Massachusetts State Police ever gets there. We get, a different angle from the Sally Port. You can see what they're doing. No one's tampering with the car. We've got photographs of John O'Keefe's car. It was not damaged in the.
We saw them delete the footage from when the taillight was tampered with. We saw proof that it was that the video was tampered with, you dummy.
Very minor bumper to bumper impact that it suffered while Karen was backing out. We see the video. There's no pieces of taillight on the driveway. So, I mean, there really is no logical, factual window that we can look at this and say, yes, those taillight pieces were planted.
What?
So he testified that he was with Yuri Buchanan for the entire day.
Oh, like, are you kidding, dude? Are you fucking kidding? I can't wait. Like, let's shut these fucking idiots up for a second. Hold on. Let me let's see what she said here. She said, in testimony today, a Dayton police officer confirms the damage to Karen Reed's vehicle before MSP troopers even arrive. And I understand Karen's cult is giddy over the word cracked, but rest assured, the jury is not as stupid or biased as you are. This is not good for Miss Reed. Further proves that she caused the damage to her vehicle and no one else. I mean, you sound a little panicky there. He said cracked. He said cracked and that there was a piece missing. He did not say that the entire fucking taillight and pieces of somebody else's fucking taillight were missing, which is what this guy basically showed sitting on the stand. You dummy. In testimony today, like, why does she talk like she is in mid-exit of a turd during a bowel movement? Like the entire time, all the time. I know that Karen Reed cult. They're giddy over the word cracked. Like, because you're like he said, it was fucking cracked. He's a fucking sergeant with the Dayton police, dude. He knows the difference between broken and cracked. Like, he didn't say taillight was fucking gone. He said it was cracked. My name is Kate Peter, and oh, excuse me. It's just, oh my goodness. You guys are giddy over the word cracked. It's just, oh my goodness. Excuse me. Holy shit. I'm such a fucking child. I'm giddy over you calling me giddy. That's what I'm giddy about. I'm giddy about you calling me giddy. That shit is so funny to me. Oh my God. Let's see what else we can look at here. Hold on. Look at just random people, dude. Some dude is like, while I'm gonna wait for the Netflix version of this Karen Reed trial, it's really hard to believe some of the arguments from one side. Let's see what else here. Proctor had a newborn, a 2-year-old, when he was looking for Karen's nudes and saying he hopes she would kill herself. His demeanor seems so calm, but there's something ugly under the surface. Sorry, I'm just reading random tweets here. Let's see. In case you were wondering, Yuri Bukaki is not only a doctor, but also an IT genius. Yeah, this is just fantastic. Let's see what Olivia said about Judge Cannoni. Oh, wait, what? Oh, my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got.
Thank you, Jay-Z. I appreciate you. Yeah, this is just amazing to me, bro. Like, I can't even believe this is fucking real life. Let's see what Olivia said about Cannoni's behavior this morning. Olivia said, I am speechless. Judge Beverly Cannoni should be ashamed of herself, especially after what the Commonwealth pulled last week, offering doctored evidence to try to deceive the jury with a false impression, to then lie about both Attorney Yannetti's own words and the court's own words in its motion to exclude defense experts. And Judge Beverly Cannoni has the audacity to interrupt David Yannetti numerous times as he is making his record and accuse him of hyperbole for the cameras. Yeah, that's must have just pissed Yannetti off. I can only imagine. And then she goes on to say, excuse me, if you are not more concerned with Attorney Yannetti correcting the record to protect his client's rights, exactly, and defend his own integrity when the Commonwealth misrepresented and lied about his words, then you are concerned with the Commonwealth literally offering manipulated, deceitful evidence to a jury. Then you, Judge Cannoni, lack any and all fairness and impartiality. Agreed. And again, this is a tweet from Olivia Lambeau, who is just a badass when it comes to this case and her tweets. So make sure to follow Olivia because she's actually fantastic. Here, I'll share her link here. And then she goes on to say, then assert that defense counsel has lied to you, the court, about not having met the accident reconstructionist from the federal investigation, something Judge Bev has and offered zero proof of, further reinforces just how biased she is. I don't even think she realized she let that slip, that she let her bias reveal itself, but she did. I have held back and reserved comment on a number of things that the judge has done throughout the pendency of this case, both pre-trial and during trial. But this was appalling and utterly disgraceful. The audacity of her to interrupt defense counsel and cut them off in extremely important, imperative lines of questioning because she wants to speed things up shows you exactly where her bias and loyalty lies. The Commonwealth told this court their case would be finished within 4 to 5 weeks. They have wasted an outrageous amount of everyone's time for the past 7+ weeks, proving nothing, in all caps, about the murder they allege, let alone any crime. They slow walked, hid, withheld, destroyed, and quote unquote lost evidence for the past 2+ years. They have elicited irrelevant and cumulative testimony about clearing snow off the apron and about just how many millimeters of snow each and every single witness observed on January 29th, 2022. Nothing of substance. If there is anyone to be snappy with, give an attitude to, or imbuing bad intentions upon, it is most certainly not defense counsel. Can you even imagine being attorneys Yannetti, Jackson, or Little after seeing something as egregious as they witnessed last week in court, with the Commonwealth offering manipulated evidence to deceive the court, and coming back in today on Monday, and the judge wants to accuse you of being the deceitful ones? How dare she? Good job, Bev. You're single-handedly destroying the trust and faith we the people are supposed to have in honorable judges to maintain fairness in our justice system. For Judge Bev to be anything but fed up with the Commonwealth's I don't know that word. I'm going to just say shenanigans from last week, or their lies in their motion, which was the which was the basis for this morning's hearing. Just saying, simply astounding. Tell me you're biased without telling me you're biased. Beverly Cannoni should not be a sitting judge any longer. Her judicial temperament is appalling, and she's demonstrated a clear, inexplicable disdain for defense counsel who have not lied to her, nor have they wasted time, and a clear bias in favor of the Commonwealth, who've given her every reason to be disdainful. It's very true. Let me just remind everyone, it was Judge Beverly Cannoni who denied the joint continuous, the joint request from both the Commonwealth and the defense to push back the trial due to the deluge of 3,000 plus pages of TUI evidence from the federal investigation just weeks before trial. Why? It is Judge Beverly Cannoni who demanded the defense turn over all their discovery in less than 24 hours to the prosecution, after she allowed the prosecution more than 800 times that amount of time to turn over their discovery that was due nearly 2 years ago under Rule 14. And guess what? The defense did it. No complaints, no problems. They turned over everything within 24 hours. She is the reason why we are where we are, not the defense. She was the one who inexplicably denied a joint request for a continuance. Something I don't think I've ever seen a judge do before. The only person she should be mad at is herself. Shame on her. We are outraged. Rant over. Well done, Olivia. Well said, people. Yes, Olivia Nile. Excuse me. I don't know. Yeah, Olivia. She goes by Olivia Nile. There she is. She's right there. Yeah. We can tell, Olivia. But well said. And let's not forget, yes, Liz Reed, so proud of the fearless integrity of this dedicated defense. I completely agree. And let's not forget about the conflict of interest, the clear and present conflict of interest of Beverly Cannoni residing over this case, when there is a clear conflict of interest because her brother represented Chris Albert in a vehicular manslaughter case years ago. Years ago. Her brother represented Chris Albert in a vehicular manslaughter case. Chris Albert killed a man with his car. And her brother represented Chris Albert in this case. That is a conflict of interest. A motion was filed for her to recuse herself. She refused. And then everything that Olivia just said, and then some that Olivia didn't even cover. As thorough as that was. I mean, if you're looking at this case and going, oh no, man, she probably did it, you've got to be fucking stupid. I'm sorry, you just got to be fucking dumb. Like, and excuse me for my crudeness, but people being wrongfully accused of killing someone they love kind of pisses me off. So excuse me for being crude when I express my feelings about it, because it kind of pisses me off. I don't like to see innocent people accused of murder. I don't like to see a good, honest police officer who was murdered not get justice. I don't like to see it deliberately detoured. I do not like to see the justice of a Boston police officer who was murdered deliberately detoured by the very system that is designed and that is under obligation, under ethical and I mean under an oath, an obligated. They're out. Sorry, I'm pissed off and I'm losing my. I'm having a hard time wording my feelings here. Excuse me, but this system is designed to get him justice. This is the very system designed to get this man justice. And it seems to be deliberately railroading the justice from taking place. And it's so unbelievable that the victim's own family seems to be blindly following with faith. They seem to have blind faith in this justice system. They still believe that this justice system is going to get justice for their loved one. But what's happening now is now the feds are going to have to step in because the system that they trust right now is failing them. And I don't blame the O'Keefes for having faith in this justice system. It's so ironic because, yes, they blindly have faith in this justice system, but make no mistake that Karen Reed and her loved ones have faith in this justice system still. Because here they are in a Norfolk County courtroom relying on the system to work in their favor, to be able to give them a platform to show that this woman is being framed. Karen Reed is trusting the justice system to at least, she's trusting those jurors that are sitting there to make the right choice, to see the evidence. When all she's obligated to do, all her defense team is ethically obligated to do, all her defense team is ethically obligated to do is create doubt in that jury's mind. The bare minimum is just to show doubt. They did that in the first week of trial. The only people that are currently seeking justice for John O'Keefe, for Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe, the only people that are actually actively going through motions to seek justice for him are the people who are defending themselves. It is the woman who is defending herself in a trial where she's being accused of his murder. How is that a thing? How in the fuck is that a thing? The only person who is actively facilitating justice for police officer John O'Keefe is the very woman who's sitting on trial for his murder. This should piss everyone off. Everyone should be pissed off about this. If you are an American tax-paying citizen, you should be fucking infuriated about this. I mean, if you want to call me a cult member, knock yourself out. But make no mistake of what I'm a cult of. I am a cult of truth. I am in a cult of truth. I am a cult follower of the truth. The truth has never let me down. Ever. Facts, evidence, and the truth has never let me down. I will blindly follow and drink that truth Kool-Aid every single fucking time. Guaranteed. Every time. So if you want to call me a cult member, right on. Knock yourself out. But just know what cult I belong to. And that is the truth. Period. And we're seeing a lot of it today. Under the veil of lies. It's so ironic that the lies are actually revealing the truth today. That's what's happening in that courtroom right now. A shit ton of lies are actually doing the job of revealing the truth. This is the most, I mean, how can you not be pissed off about this? How could we not be pissed off about this? How do you dare? How can you dare say anything in ridicule of those people that are standing outside of that courtroom fighting for the truth, for you to have the truth? Every one of those people standing outside of that courtroom are out there supporting you getting the truth. The very people that you make fun of, the very people that you criticize, the very people that you call violent and crazy, who have shown you nothing but grace and class. You're gonna insult them? The very people who are using their time, their vacation time from work, bringing their kids out there to teach them the best possible civics lesson you could get. You believe in something and you believe that something's happening in your country, in your land, on your tierra, then you stand up for it. And you're going to trash these people? You're going to trash Turtle Boy for risking his personal safety, for risking his freedom so that you have that truth, so that you have enough information to ask the right questions and stand up? Let me ask you something. What methods do you expect to take? What methods did you expect Turtle Boy to take? We're not on yet, guys. What methods would you have Turtle Boy take to get to the truth? When you have a very, very deep corruption in this system, how else is he supposed to do it? By being nice? He's supposed to be nice? And if you ask me, he fucking was. If you ask me, he was absolutely nice in comparison to what, I mean, think about that shit. With what we know now, yes, his tactics were absolutely aggressive, but they were necessary. If you ask this particular YouTuber, I'm telling you, I believe it to be absolutely necessary. 100%. Because we wouldn't all be here right now asking these questions, and the world would not be watching. That is a fact. I'm hearing some chatter here. Dude, I need to order food. I went on my own little rant there. I'm not gonna lie. Olivia Niles tweet fucking fired me up. Like, I'm sick of Judge Bev and her bullshit. I'm sick of it. I'm not even trying to lie. Like, but I need food. Hold on. I gotta get back on my diet, man, but it's not happening today. Yeah, I'm getting a little hangry. I'm not I'm not even trying to lie. I'm getting a little hangry. And a big shout out to Sue Constantino. Thank you for the Venmo. She says, thanks for all you do. Eliza says, thanks for streaming. Outrageous waste of our hard earned tax dollars for Norfolk County in Mass. And Jessica says, love the coverage. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. Oh, Looney Tunes, thank you so much for the rant. Absolutely called for. Appreciate that. Bruh. Order again. I'm signed in under the wrong shit. Should I just get a burger? Dude, I love McDonald's so much. Like, All right. That's what I'm doing. Hell yeah. I got me some motherfucking chicken. Motherfucking chicken. Love that shit. I don't even know. KFC, y'all are like, a bunch of y'all are gonna be like nasty, disgusting. And I'm like, you're disgusting. Something's wrong with you if you don't find that finger licking good deliciousness, not absolutely finger licking good and delicious. Y'all are crazy. Shit is fantastic, bro. I can't get Chick-fil-A out here. I'm in the middle of nowhere, man. I can't get Chick-fil-A out here. I would totally get Chick-fil-A right now, but oh man. All right. Microdot says I'm also posting on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter.
You are unmuted.
I gotta start using my TikTok, man. I'm so terrible at this social media shit.
Goes back to session. You may be seated.
Bring the witness in, please.
Just be mindful of the step up and just remember what's still in.
So jurors, before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, I believe before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I mentioned, they had never been to my house. It was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations. Hi, how's it going? Things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors as far as superior officers within your unit in regard to
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Mechanic, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up. Maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Mechanic or Lieutenant Fanning or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically, that the Alberts are my sister's friends. That I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts,
Dude, my brother's friends.
Who specifically within the Alberts are you?
Think of me
talking
like
about that
family,
had a-
dude.
had a friendship with your sister.
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Is he addressing the?
And do each of them live, or do any of them live?
No
in,
way.
The general area at this time.
Some of them do, yes.
Is he doing what I think he's doing?
Some of them do, some of them do not. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Are you seriously trying to get in front of the nudes thing right now?
Direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent?
Oh, you idiot.
Text chain?
On the first page, yes.
Wow.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details. I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Like, are you seriously trying to get it run? I'm not even sure the defense is allowed to bring it up.
Okay.
Do you see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
Okay. And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
Oh yeah, like people just like with a gun right on their sidearm right here, like just walking around. That's true.
The next one is it's bold.
Right,
Is there a name
microdots.
associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a
Chip.
nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular.
Yes.
What's up, Chip?
And this time period when these text
Golly
messages
gee
begin,
whiz, Chip.
sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January
Got any
29th,
nudes of that suspect, Chip?
Where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond?
They call
to that
me
at
Chip
approximately
because
10:53 p.m.?
I notoriously collect
And what was your response?
chips of
John
taillight.
O'Keefe.
And the next message down from
I'm the
there,
taillight
also
chipper.
10:53 p.m.
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean?
Maybe approach.
Sure. A 10-minute break, okay?
Doing all right.
So do you have that copy for me?
All right.
So I was grabbing my food, so I don't know what's going on here. Who called the sidebar? Let's see. Turtle Boy saying Michael Proctor gets visibly flustered every time he looks over towards me. I'm surprised they even let you in the courtroom for that. I guess he's not on that list. But okay, thank you, Cherry. 10-minute break. Yeah, I mean, dude, like Microdot said, he's he's cross-examining. Lally's cross-examining his own witness. This is insane. God. Yo, I can't even wait to eat this chicken, yo. Like, so excited about it. Yeah, I mean, how? Yeah, this is the craziest thing. Well, I mean, I know he's a cop, but all right, let's see real quick while we're waiting. Um, so Turtle Boys tweeted, Michael Proctor is reading a group chat text message that was made public by the FBI during their investigation into him. It is believed that at some point Proctor tells them he went through Karen Reed's phone looking for nudes and said that Brian Albert was all set. Brian Albert was all set because he was a Boston cop. Yeah. And not to mention the the comment where he apparently says that he hopes that Karen would just off herself. I mean, crazy, absolutely wild, man. I mean, honestly, I didn't expect direct testimony from Proctor to be this revealing. I mean, I knew it would be to some degree, but I didn't think it would be this revealing. This is, I mean, if you're sitting here and you're denying that this this is a cover up, you're just factually retarded. And by retarded, I do mean willfully ignorant. I mean, dude, what is it going to take? What is it going to take? I don't understand. I'm gonna let this be while I eat real quick. And my buddy just sent me like some audio, like he recorded some new music, and I want to hear it real quick. So I'm gonna go off camera here, eat my food, and check out what he just sent me while we wait. So who thinks that Proctor's going to have his lawyer present now? Like standing right there. Yeah, like I can only imagine what's happening in sidebar right now. Like it feels like, I mean, I guess AJ's the one that called the sidebar. Yeah, like I can only imagine what's happening in sidebar. But I don't think that oh wait, hold on. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty funny. Here's the picture that Turtle Boy just tweeted. Um that's him looking directly at Proctor.
Folks may say adjourn.
Yeah, this is the best day in court for her yet. I mean, all she's got to do is just sit there patiently and wait while this plays out. I mean, well, if you see her breathing heavily, keep in mind she has health issues. They're legit. I mean, I don't know exactly besides MS what she struggles with, but having when I spoke to her, I could tell that she struggles with getting out of breath very quickly. And she shakes just a little bit. But regardless, she's like a stone when it comes to being steadfast and dealing with all of this. It's amazing actually to watch. But I mean, this is not someone who makes excuses. This is someone who is like, okay. Oh no, I didn't think you were being critical. I was saying, just for anybody who is wondering, she is she has health issues, and one thing that I noticed is that she tends to get out of breath um a lot easier than most anybody that I was speaking directly to. So I assumed that it was an issue with her health because she was in good spirits as well. Yeah, considering this is the testimony that we've really been waiting for. Besides Brian Albert, besides Jen McCabe, this is the testimony that we really wanted to hear. So I am not surprised by the amount of sidebars. I'm not surprised by the amount of objections that are going to take place. This is where all of the truth is going to be revealed. So yes, Alan, she did. She was absolutely in good spirits. That was what was surprising is, and not really when you think about it, but I mean, they know they have, put it this way, they were in good spirits despite everything that's happening, but they were in good spirits in the sense that they trust that the truth is going to come out. This is the platform that they're counting on for all the truth to come out. They're optimistic and confident that the truth will absolutely come out here. So that's why they were always constantly in good spirits. Karen's family was absolutely in good spirits.
You are
Get the witness
unmuted.
back, please.
Yes, you mind stepping in, Trooper? Still on the oath?
Yes, sir.
Procedure on.
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532.
I mean, the unprofessionalism alone of talking about an
There's
open
a,
case with your friends,
Message there sent at 10.
that's already bad on his, it's already a bad look.
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
Oof.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the
What a
next
shitbag.
text from a 781 number,
Mhm.
What does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer. So you complete.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
So you already suspected her without even, okay,
Out loud or out of
got
turn.
it.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier for who's
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No,
as you go
just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton, the other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy. The reading of
So
this-
I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's a HTML link, whiteout /Proctor iCloud /group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, excuse me, 2535. You indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29th, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends, at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please, Trooper Proctor. Jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be, I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least?
Is she hot at least?
To the next page,
Really?
2538.
Is she hot at least?
If you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Wow.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt.
Wow.
Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though.
Wow.
No ass.
Jesus, dude.
And sir, what is
Jesus,
it that you were
dude.
referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from
Some
all accounts, he didn't do anything
fucking
wrong.
douchebag.
Talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Look at him, pissed off that he even has to apologize. He doesn't regret that shit. Saw his eyes roll.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540.
And even his buddies immediately entertained the possibility of, what about the cop inside the house?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possibly.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
Wow, dude. You did not.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time.
You took pics of her
Yes.
and sent them to your buddies? You dipshit? You douchebag fuck?
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say.
Wow.
I also
dude.
respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
Oh my God, you piece of shit, you
And what, if
motherfucker.
anything, is
Did you hear
that
the jury just now?
Again,
He was talking about her Crohn's disease. He made a crack about it.
to misread some medical conditions there.
Wow.
Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, and that I'm not proud of.
Shut the fuck up. Dude, even the jury just like I could hear the jury
As
just
far
now
as
react to that.
attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation.
Oh, yeah. Nice try, asshole.
They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Keep trying to unring that bell, buddy. Keep it
May I
up.
approach this retreat?
Yes.
Keep trying to unring that bell, you fucking dirt bag sack of shit, loser, sorry fuck.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, you've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communication?
Lolly is an idiot.
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Again, unprofessional, something I'm not proud of. Shut up.
I'm showing you another document, just asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is there's no way for this to look good to the jury. Because overall, despite everything that we're hearing,
to page 2667,
the jury sees that they are playing keep away. They are trying to deflect from what the cross-examination is going to consist of. The jury sees
These
this.
are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And they knows you. Who are you referring to?
Wow,
sister.
dude.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ?
Keep digging, buddy. Keep digging.
I says, "Yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide."
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was
What do
just
you
kind of
mean?
an overall
We just heard text
innocent
messages
conversation.
between you and your buddies.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone." She said, "Of course not." I respond, "In the very least, it's suspicious." She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then, "I would never miss with that." 3:07, I respond, "Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them."
How long did it take you to interview them? I mean, because you're gonna get asked that on cross. That I promise.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672.
Just talk to your buddy Jen McCabe. She says she knows you.
These are messages from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, "What's up?" She responded, "Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift." And I respond, "Get Elizabeth one." Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, "Because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this." And then she writes, "Elizabeth?" ? I respond, "She's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded, "Yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop."
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you had received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
So how would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
Mayor Proctor?
Yes.
So how is this shit relevant?
Mhm.
Like, are we supposed to now feel bad for you
Proctor,
because
Sham.
your mom got sick?
Another document, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
And
wow,
what are you referring to in that text?
Jesus, dude.
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is that?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
I approach to retrieve your.
Yes. All right, so Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not looking real good here, Chip. Gotta tell you, buddy. It's not looking good for you. Old Chip. It's gonna be this is Proctor, also known as Chip off the old cell block.
FBI, open up!
Okay.
How on earth is he still a cop? Disgusted is an understatement. Whether she did it or not, she didn't, but still, right. No, I get what you're saying. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate it. I get what you're saying. Because, I mean, even if she was guilty, see, if she was guilty, everyone who believes that she's guilty should be pissed off. Because his lack of integrity blew this fucking case. Just, I mean, besides the fact that I mean, this guy is clearly directly responsible for framing her. He's clearly directly responsible for this, considering all of the taillight testimony that we just saw. Besides that, I mean, you should be pissed off because this guy, just his lack of professionalism, cost John O'Keefe justice. Now, I believe John O'Keefe is still going to get justice because Karen is factually innocent. And now it's just a matter of time before everything that the federal investigators uncovered is going to be put together in a federal case, and indictments are about to be handed down. I can promise you that.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Did Lally get a haircut? Is he feeling a little more confident today? Yeah, because this is what they're hoping for. They're hoping at this point that it's going to be an OJ thing. Oh my God, the lead investigator, you know, if it wasn't for him, you know, we would have been able to prosecute successfully the guilty party. No. No. This is not an OJ thing. Okay. Yes, he's a piece of shit, but he's a piece of shit because he actually framed her, not because he's capable of framing her. It's because he fucking framed her. And he's a piece of shit. I swear, I feel like I'd never walk out my door again, and neighbors are going at it, and I hear deafening FBI open up. My body went into. It's funny. I mean, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen, dude. Yeah, no, you're not gonna pull an OJ thing here, dude. You're not Mark Furman, bro. Okay.
May I have a moment with counsel?
Okay.
Bro, if I'm Jackson, I'm gonna be like, your friends call you Chip. Can I call you Chip? Is it okay if I call you Chip? That would be so wonderful. That would be so good.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame and the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language in your, particularly in your descriptions of it?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and we conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene.
You
one
pissed
shoe at
Judge
the
Bev off.
hospital. Mr. O'Keefe's, based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
After about 16 hours, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I turned into a misogynistic prick who hates women.
As far as the participants in that particular conversation,
16 hours is 16 hours.
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
It's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, you know, we golf together, hang outside of work, you know, our kids play together. So I'd say, you know, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain.
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough. Should have had me or Jeff do it.
Wow,
I respond,
dude.
if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
Wow, dude.
Explain
Holy
the
shit.
context of those communications, or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors
Uh,
can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
Dude, did this motherfucker really put that shit in writing from his phone?
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. The,
you piece of shit.
I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Buchanan and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose, always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question.
Nah, dude.
Now, as far as
dude.
Attending the autopsy,
Dirty
is that something
motherfucker.
that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in, or Sergeant Buchanan not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection. Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
Now, may I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
Dude, this guy just fucking read a text message where he basically flat out implied that he influenced the medical examiner to make the determination that they made. That they influenced the medical examiner's report. This is insane. This is fucking insane.
Showing you another document, asking, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job.
Thank you for testifying to the lack of credibility of the medical examiner, too, buddy.
What the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Whack job.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to?
So much for the undetermined being redacted from the medical examiner's report.
Miss Reed.
So much for that being redacted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wow. So now the jury knows that the medical examiner put that the cause of death was undetermined. He's reading text messages between him and colleagues that are bitching about it and busting each other's chops about it. Like, this case is done. This case is, I mean, what the fuck does this guy think he's going to do now? What does Lally think he's going to do now? Like, this is your witness. You just expose the fact that let me get this straight, Lally. You filed a motion to have the word undetermined redacted from the medical examiner's report, to have her determination redacted, her conclusion redacted from the report, And now you have your own witness reading text messages where he's admitting that the medical examiner's report concluded that his death was undetermined. The manner of death was undetermined. How fucking dumb are you, dude? Like, this isn't even cross yet. Yeah, Proctor is being set up to be the fall guy here. He's got to be falling on his sword. That's what's going on here. I'm convinced of it. Michael Morrissey, Brian Tully are pulling Lally and Proctor strings right now. You see how prepared when he says how much he regrets his unprofessional language and comments. You see how rehearsed that sounds. That's because they prepped for this. It's absolute damage control. It's a poor attempt at it, at least. But the intent is to control damage here.
Maybe approach briefly on this packet.
Like right now, if you notice, they're discussing. Right now, Lally is going to the defense and showing them what they're going to go over. The defense is in control of this direct examination. That's what's mind-blowing to me right now. The defense is absolutely in control of this direct examination. Bev isn't saying a word. They're consulting with each other of what Jackson may or may not object to prior to it being presented in a way that Jackson may or may not object to. So right now, Lally is going straight to Jackson and Yannetti and Little and saying, "Are you guys cool with this? Are you cool with this? Yeah, we're cool with that. Go ahead and ask him that shit. Go ahead and ask him." Jim Jerry Gunn, thank you so much. Good to see you at the courthouse. I couldn't make it over there. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Jim. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, this is going to go down in history as the worst fucking prosecution of any. Like, I mean, right now, like the prosecution in the OJ case, that moment that they've never been able to live down, where they had OJ try on the glove, which is the biggest blunder in prosecution history. I mean, this is gonna top that. This is absolutely going to top that. The only reason this doesn't top that is because Karen isn't a Heisman Trophy winner and a movie star. That's the only difference. That's the only reason that this isn't going to get, as far as publicly being viewed as the same thing or worse, I'm sorry. The only reason is because Karen Reed is not of the status, of the celebrity status that OJ was. This is crazy. This is the biggest prosecution blunder I've ever seen in a high-profile case. I've never seen anything like this. The prosecution has absolutely no control over their own case anymore. It's over. The defense is controlling everything. The defense is controlling this direct examination right now. I've never, ever seen that before. Right. Well, yes, OJ. Yeah, OJ totally did it. Don't get me wrong. OJ was totally guilty. But This is the thing, though, is you basically have a defense team that is just as good as OJ's defense team. The only difference is this is way easier because Karen is actually innocent. They don't have to create smoke and mirrors. They don't have to apply misdirection to the jury. They don't have to do that. They have to make sure that the misdirection tactics by the prosecution are not executed
So documents,
to this jury.
view those, look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kukowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kukowski, and Trooper DeChico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct
Stop
your
playing
attention
dumb, bro.
to, page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, you see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And Your Honor, may I approach just to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
Oh my God,
And, sir,
dude.
what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could
Fucking
direct you
scumbag,
to
bro.
the following page,
Like-
2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, and indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at age 7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera.
Which we never
Trooper
saw.
Kukowski responds, "That's her. Smoke." Trooper Kukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Wow, dude.
Thank you, sir. May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, with reference to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I mean, this is the grossest level of unprofessionalism I have ever seen. Thank you, Caitlin, for the Venmo. I appreciate you. I've never seen anything like this, man. This is crazy. Because even Furman didn't talk directly about OJ. Like that didn't come out in trial. You know what I mean?
Recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention.
Thank you, my
to,
boy Lollipop.
Page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti. Appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Wait, what?
Sorry, sir. Go with the date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes.
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Wow, dude.
With reference to the
Wow,
investigation at this
dude.
point, you're talking about his client's phone. Who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Miss Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisors aware of those communications.
Wow, dude.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this
You're
is in
such a
August
piece of shit, man.
2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where he tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature.
Dude.
More evidence contained within the phone.
Dude, stop
So,
it.
sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
I can only imagine, Turtle
So
Boy.
once I came across that
Only
text
imagine.
communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Facts. Facts. This is, I mean, this is it. Cross is going to be.
Thank you, sir.
Cross is.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
Cross isn't even going to be. Cross isn't even going to be focused on exonerating Karen Reed. It's going to be focused on implicating him for framing her. That's what's going to happen. Like Lally set this all up. You got to remember, Lally set this all up. The entire direct questioning was basically just to like play deflect and defense from what the defense is going to do as far as proving his intent to frame Karen Reed. Now, what Lally was doing there, his intention was, well, you know, he's crude and he's disgusting, but he was still, you know, that doesn't mean that Karen Reed didn't do it. Just because the guy made some unprofessional comments, it doesn't mean that Karen Reed didn't do it. That's what he's trying to convince the jury of right now. But that's not going to work. That's not going to work because that same jury, not a different jury, that same jury watched. They saw footage of Karen Reed's SUV before it was towed away. Saw it in the saw it in the 5:30 a.m. footage driving away from John O'Keefe's property. Saw the heard testimony from Barros that the taillight was cracked and there was only a piece missing. And now this guy pulls out pieces of taillight that he claimed he found on the property of 34 Fairview, and they were like gigantic. They were like the size of what makes up a whole fucking taillight. And you're telling me you found 42 pieces of this. Fragments of it in his clothing, that his clothing wasn't even entered into evidence for weeks. For weeks. Like, and I'm not even, I'm not even barely getting into the gloating that I'm going to do. Just wait. I'm going to do a whole nother stream of these fucking pitchforking shitbag trolls that have been making this woman's life a living hell for the last 2 years. Like, I'm going to do an entire stream just to fucking gloat because I'm a petty motherfucker like that. Believe that. Right now, I'm just focused on this. But just wait, because I'm going to have fun with all you judgmental, pitchforking fucking assholes that have made this family's life and contributed to making this family's life a living hell for the last 2 years. This is unbelievable. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. This is crazy to me. That this dude, I mean, this guy had in his hands pulled out. I mean, and Lolly at even one point, the guy was pulling out an envelope out of an envelope, a bag out of a bag, and then another bag out of another bag. And then Lolly was like, that's sufficient. And then Jackson has to speak up and go, Your Honor, we don't even know what the fuck is in that bag. What do you mean that's sufficient? We want to see the pieces of taillight that's in this bag. Because no, yeah, we get that it's already established that those pieces of taillight could not have come off Karen Reed's SUV. We already know that. We want to see the pieces of taillight that prove that they were planted by the asshole sitting up on the stand. It's a solid day's work for Adam Lally. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Man, I haven't given a fuck what that idiot has said since he fucking jumped off my panel, rage quit. Like, I haven't given a fuck what he said since then. Like, he's the dumbest out of everybody, as far as I'm concerned. Like, anybody who like associates themselves with that dude as some sort of intelligent insight is I put you in the same category as the dickhead who's prosecuting this case. I mean, you have to be absolutely ignorant. You have to be. There's nobody, I mean, anybody who's been listening to Plevin, I mean, and Plevin, I almost understand. Now, hear me out. The reason why I say Plevin, I almost understand, is because Plevin has a way of sounding smart to the ignorant and stupid. He has a way of sounding smart to them. So I get that. I get that you could get lost in Plevin's word salad. That's fine. But
you are unmuted.
All right, so just before you start then, so we'll finish at 4. We're trying to figure out the schedule this time. I'm going to meet with the lawyers and witnesses.
Shut up, Bev. Stop wasting
Trying
time.
to work all
We want to
that
get
out,
to
but
cross.
As it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another day this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday. But it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days, and we'll be able to keep
Wednesday,
moving.
Thursday,
All right.
Friday will be full
All right,
days.
Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buchnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kaczkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Buchnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
It's still Buchanan, Jackson.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same document. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Unetti, correct?
Still Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuri Buchanan?
There he goes. Jackson got it right this time.
Yes.
I've asked that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you outside on there. Have that, please.
Of course there's an objection. Of course there's an objection. I mean, Mike McGrath, you're right. Like in 20 minutes, then he gets to think about his comments for tomorrow. Well, tomorrow there's no court, but Wednesday, what will happen is you're going to have the rest of this afternoon and all day and night Tuesday for Jackson to prepare his cross-examination. So, yeah. I mean, Karen is now, you all tell me, is that still guilty face? Because that's the same face that I saw at the beginning of this trial. The only difference is there's just a touch more confidence in it. But that's not guilty face, as people are saying. That is the face of someone who totally understands that the dude sitting on the stand who tried to railroad her is fucked. His credibility is fucked. His job is fucked. His life is fucked after this. I mean, right, dude? Like that was, I gotta tell you, man. Those text messages are that's just a disdain for women, man. That's this guy just hates women. Like some pretty girl broke his little heart and he's taking it out on Karen. Like pathetically. Like, and he's impressing his colleagues by trashing her, by making fun of her Crohn's issues, by you know, you're trashing everything about her. You're trashing her physically. You're trashing her based on her accent of where she comes from, what area she resides from. You're trashing her on everything, and yet you're still you're looking for nudes of her on her private phone, on her phone that you obtained under trumped up accusations and suspicions. Oh, stop. Come on, guys. I appreciate the dono, but let's knock that shit off. Playing Grab Ass gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, you know what I mean? You hate this woman so much, or you think she's so guilty because you're sitting here trying to act like, oh, well, the reason why I hated her so much was because, you know, she was clearly guilty and blah, blah, blah.
are
She killed a
unmuted.
cop, and that's what you want the jury to believe, right? But why are you looking for nudes of her?
Ask you to give it
Because
back
you
to
fucking
the
hate
witness,
women
please.
and you're a piece of shit who has no respect for women.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly? Sure. Thank you. You see that, gentlemen?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir. Yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed
Get
again
him.
on professional language.
I'm asking who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
you got an explanation. Who was it that you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional.
Not so
Yes,
retarded
sir.
now.
Unbiased, objective investigator. The person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded.
Your
Correct?
bosses.
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Right?
Objection.
Get him, Jackson. Oh, I love
You can ask
Jackson's
it
fire
differently.
right now.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if he was absolutely. Yeah, I didn't
Jackson's
use
my
absolutely,
dude.
sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now? He's sitting right there.
I still don't cheer for him now.
Get him.
I'll let it stand.
How do you feel about him now? You see Karen? Look at Karen's face.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for?
He's sitting right
as
there.
You sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone.
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did not know.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I mean, you said the shit.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Not one of your bosses said, hey,
Let me
that's
ask you a question. Have you
inappropriate.
ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I had said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's
Yeah.
a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect
Bosses.
an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
Yeah, don't get your lady
I believe
card
poor
pulled, Bev.
jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, see, Bev doesn't like this motherfucker no more. All of a
You
sudden,
weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments. correct?
simple question.
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across
It's a yes
text
or no
messages
question.
from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent?
Now I
as
know what
looking for
sidebar was
nudes and
about.
referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation. Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Buchanan, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
See, the sidebar was about whether or not him being under
He did, sir.
investigation would be an issue. They probably decided that they
After
don't
you
need to bring it
received
up.
the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
2685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buchanan liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone.
He hit the
I see
like
you
on
laughed
that
at an
shit.
image here, sir. I can't tell if he
fucking clicked on the
liked that
thumbs up
comment, sir.
on the comment.
May I approach?
Yes.
Bukaki clicked the
I don't know if it
like
just
on the
gets faded
comment.
Or... Yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That it, Sergeant Buchanan liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
You see, I'm of the belief that
So
the
your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, encouraged it.
Objection.
There we go.
Sustained.
Trooper
See,
Proctor,
this is
your
better.
direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
This is
No,
better.
I had a
Better than telling
warrant
the jury that he's
signed
under
by a
investigation.
district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, dude.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any
Corruption, people.
good investigation, as you've been taught and others in the Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Get him.
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean,
It's especially important early in an investigation before all of the facts are known.
to eliminate
That
possible
the investigator is
suspects.
not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice.
There it is.
Right?
Did you
Correct.
eliminate other possible suspects first?
But in this case,
No, you didn't.
It's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right.
Yeah,
so
Jackson's
folks,
like, I'm
now
good.
tomorrow, Those same three cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. We'll see you Wednesday morning. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right now, it's anticipated will be full days of testimony with short ones. Okay, thank you.
That is the look of a woman who knows she is walking free. It's not even a question of whether or not Karen Reed is going free at this point, people. It is a question of whether or not people are going to jail who are not Karen Reed. That is the question here at this point. Look at her. That's...
All right, so one last time at sidebar for scheduling, okay?
Yo. People. Alan, Action, Jackson, y'all. I mean, so we're going to stick around and find out what's said about scheduling finally. What she stated earlier, what they seem to have agreed on at this point so far is that tomorrow, no court, but full days the rest of the week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, full days. That means that, that we're just going to be kicking it for Alan Jackson Cross. Alan Jackson is just getting warmed up. All he talked about was the text messages about the nudes. He's not even done yet with that. He's not even finished with that yet. Because what he's establishing right now, the very last thing that he just established was not just that he acted unprofessionally, but he was encouraged to act unprofessionally by his superiors and his colleagues. Not, I'm telling you, not just encouraged, not just they let it go. They encouraged it. Bukaki, he is his superior. He not only just ignored the blatant unprofessionalism in that text thread, not only ignored it, not only did he not reprimand him verbally or through a text message for it, but he encouraged it. He hit the like on it. He laughed at the picture of Yannetti. I mean, Jackson just went in just straight like Tyson in his prime. Just all business, rolled up in there, just started throwing body shots and uppercuts. Just right off, right away. It was beautiful. It's beautiful. You hate my colleague. Well, he's sitting right there. Do you hate him now? That was the equivalent of him saying, how do you like me now? Except, how do you like my colleague now? How do you like him now? Now that you're sitting here facing him in a trial that you didn't count on would go this far. You didn't count on what happened where you had to sit here and answer for your corruption, for your lack of professionalism, as well as corruption. Because we haven't even gotten to the straight up corruption, folks. Technically, what they're talking about is corruption. Technically, what they're talking about right now, what they've already addressed, is technically corruption. But we haven't gotten to the frame up yet. And that frame up did happen, and that's going to get revealed. And that's going to get revealed before lunch on Wednesday. Before lunch Wednesday. Guaranteed. I mean, people, this is... I mean, Lally, we haven't even gotten to cross yet. And according to Turtle Boy, the jury is already shocked. You could hear the jury react to his comment in regards to Karen Reed's Crohn's issues. His disgusting and unprofessional comments in regards to Karen's Crohn's issues, the jury gasped at that. You could hear it. Yeah. I mean, listen, he did. He called her a cunt, man. That shit. Oh my God.
All right, thank you very much.
Now,
All rise for the court, please.
all right, that's it for that. That's it for today. Oh man. Now, you guys know me, man. Like, I love the word cunt. I'm a big fan of it. I throw it around on this channel all the time. I mean, I'm a big fan.
Oi, cunt.
You're a little cunt.
You're a magnificent cunt.
I mean, I'm a big fan. But I don't use that word with I don't use that word in a visceral manner. I don't use that word with hatred. This is the lead investigator who's showing an absolute bias towards the person that he's investigating. He called her a cunt. He admitted to looking for nudes on her phone while making every comment that he could, taking jabs at everything about her physically that he could. This is a hateful hate. This is a person who has admitted to showing hatred for this woman. Now, he didn't say that, but what I'm saying is he admitted to all of these things that make up what one could determine as showing hatred for someone. I mean, he admitted to all of these things in this pathetic attempt for the prosecution to try to get in front of it. But getting in front of it, all it did, I mean, what could you possibly be hoping for here? All right, let's check out Tom CPU, folks.
Seen it with your own eyes. That's the best we got. That's state police CPAC unit.
Sub up
That's
the Tom
everybody
CPU,
in
guys.
the district attorney's office. Really? Find that hard to believe now, don't you? Come on now.
Guys, do me a favor and click on the link that I just dropped in chat, like it, and subscribe to Tom CPU. I would really appreciate it.
This is all from the DA's office. That's how they roll. Don't forget where this happened, folks. This happened in what town? And not just what town, right? But who made the phone calls that morning? I'm not sure about that. Jen McCabe, there you go, my friend. Jen McCabe. That's who made them phone calls. Working on it, my friend. Obvious now? It was obvious a year and a half ago.
Facts, Tom. Fucking facts. Like, this has been obvious. This has been obvious since the first week. Now, it was apparent to me after the first
woman
week
right there.
that Karen would get
Factually
acquitted.
innocent.
But I still entertained the possibility that she might have been guilty. But
like a state police should say something about the language you heard.
not for a while now.
Proctor still has his job.
I am.
I think you got to get a good insight into his true bias.
Compromise the investigation.
Is there anything else messages where he
Among others.
Everything in the text message show his bias. Do you expect him to write he thinks he's innocent and he's trying to frame her? Is that what you actually expect? Your question, it just dawned on me. Your question. You work for the same station that the Albert's lawyer works for.
Nice.
Right.
Get him. Get him,
Is that where these
Jackson.
questions are coming from?
Yep. Exactly where.
Yes, we don't like to your mind. What would you like to say to Trooper Proctor today?
I don't have anything to say to Trooper Proctor. He'll have to answer to someone someday. Here
There
or
you go.
someplace else than that.
Oh, Bill.
Excuse me?
What did you say?
Karen, to hear them read in open court, and I know you've heard them before, but can you just tell us what that felt like? I've done nothing wrong. He has. I might want to ask him how he feels.
We're all very confused. We're very confused. Turning up the heat. Turning it up.
Start on the 18th.
Well, just hang there for a second.
Dude, Alan Jackson is a fucking beast, bro. That dude straight up called out the media, dude. I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much. He was calling out Channel 5 News, whose same attorney, who Channel 5 News' attorney represents the Alberts. It's their same attorney who represents the Alberts, represents Channel 5 News, and Alan Jackson just called them out.
Happy Monday. Happy Monday. You hear what Proctor said?
Oh, yeah. Are you a marshmallow?
Wow.
I would have been like,
Wow. Fired. Imagine that.
Let's watch that one more time, guys.
I don't know. Look at something.
Yep, they're all left.
Because it's hard to hear the audio, so I apologize. But
Compromise the investigation.
if you're wearing headphones, it's a lot more helpful. But right here, you're gonna hear Alan Jackson call out Channel 5 News for asking bullshit questions.
Among others.
everything in the text message shows bias. Do you expect him to write he thinks he's innocent and he's trying to frame her? Is that what you actually expect? Your question is
Yeah, like you the audacity of that question. I mean, he's like, you do you really expect this dude to sit up there and say that he thinks that she's innocent and that he deliberately tried to frame her? Of course he's not going to fucking say that shit. Like, why would you ask such a stupid fucking question unless you have some sort of agenda? Channel 5. Why? Unless you have a fucking agenda, then why are you asking such a stupid fucking question?
it just dawned on me.
He just said, it just dawned on me. Right there, what just dawned on him, it didn't just dawn on Alan Jackson that that was the same attorney. It just dawned on him, you know what? Now I can fucking call you out. Now is just as good a time as any to where I could fucking call you out and call out in front of all these other news cameras how full of shit you are. Like, Alan Jackson's already ahead of the game. It didn't just dawn on Alan Jackson that this was the same attorney. He knows this. He's just been keeping his mouth shut. He's just been staying classy. But now, that was the straw. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. That was it. And so Alan Jackson says, you know what? Okay. He says, all right, you know what? Just dawned on me.
The question is, you work for the same station that the Alberts lawyer works for.
You work for the same station that the Alberts lawyer works for.
Right?
Right?
Is that where these questions are coming from?
Yep. Exactly why I asked. These dumb questions when I was reading that one.
You heard Tom go, oh.
That the Alberts lawyer works for.
Right?
You work for the same station that the Alberts lawyer works for.
Right?
Oh.
That station that the Alberts lawyer works for.
Right?
Is that where these questions are coming from?
Yep. Exactly why I asked. These dumb questions when I was reading that one.
What would you like to say to Trooper Proctor today?
Anything to say to Trooper Proctor. He'll have to answer to someone someday. Here or someplace else in that.
Classiest response that you could expect and you could want. I don't have anything to say to Trooper Proctor, she said. He'll have to answer to somebody someday. Best answer she could have given. Best answer anybody in her position could have given. And she would have been justified. Still, she would have been justified to say, fuck that guy. The guy is a disgusting piece of shit. And I hope the worst things in life fucking happen to him and only him. She would have been absolutely justified in saying that, considering what this person has put her through. This piece of shit, Proctor, put her through. She would have been perfectly justified in saying these things, but she didn't. She didn't. Now that's not the sound of somebody who has a vindictive nature about them. Those are not the words of somebody with a vindictive nature, with a visceral nature, with a murderous nature. That's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing somebody who has been drugged through the mud and whose life and her loved ones' lives have been put through hell for 2 years after her boyfriend was brutally murdered. And it was pinned on her. And she has been dragged for 2 years. And still responding with absolute grace and class. I don't have anything to say to Trooper Proctor. He'll have to answer to someone someday. That is not the sound of a vindictive, visceral, or murderous person. Not in my opinion.
Oh, Phil.
Excuse me?
What did you say?
Karen, to hear them read in open court, I know you've heard them before, but can you just tell us what that felt like? I've done nothing wrong. He has. I might want to ask him how he feels.
We're all very confused. We're very confused. Turning up the
shut
heat. Turning it up.
I love how Boston 5 is the only asshole. The guy from Boston 5 is the only asshole going, we're very confused. Hey, we're very. You're the only asshole that's confused, dude. Like, hey, we're over here. We're over here, Boston 5. You're the only asshole that's confused. There's no we. Who's we? You and the Alberts attorney? Who's we? What do you mean we're confused? No. Us over here, the 8,400 people that are watching me, we're not confused. We're not confused at all. Anybody here confused? I'm not. Anybody here confused as to what just happened in there? Because what I just saw was every single one of us who have been claiming that Karen Reed is innocent for however long we have, some of us more recent than others, but all of us collectively who have been saying that Karen Reed is innocent, all of us have been validated. There's no confusion there. I'm not confused at all. I'm validated on that. There are 8,400 people here watching between Twitter and YouTube that are not confused.
Start on the 18th.
Ask him how he feels.
We're all very confused.
We're all very confused. I just love to hear him say that.
We're very confused. Turning up the heat.
Like nobody's even paying him any mind. Like we're all very confused.
We're all very confused. We're very confused. Turning up the heat. Turning it up.
Tom was just like, get the fuck out of my way. Watch how he just gets out of the shot. Watch right here. See his microphone right here? Watch.
Confused. Turning up the heat. Turning it up.
Get the fuck out of my way there, bud. I could just hear Tom like in my head, like, hey, fuck, get out of the way there, bud. Watch out, bud.
I'll just hang there for a second.
All right, we'll stay on and listen to Howie. Because you know Howie's dying right now. Howie can't wait to talk to Turtle Boy right now. Guaranteed. Howie Carr cannot wait to talk to Turtle Boy right now. All right, let's see. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right, I'm not seeing that. Hold on. No, I mean, all I've got is what Turtle Boy posted 5 hours ago. I don't have anything new from Turtle Boy. Oh, the live was on Facebook? Yeah, I can't do it, guys. I don't have Facebook. So Maris Whitaker, thank you so much. Thank you for all that you've done, not only for Karen, but the community. I appreciate all doing what's right and speaking the truth. I don't know how to do anything else, if I'm being honest, Maris. I appreciate that so much. But I don't know how to do anything other than tell the truth here and be honest about my feelings about what I find out. I don't know how to do it any other way. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on for a little while here. We'll stream Turtle Boy on Howie Carr when that happens. And then I'll probably call it a day. But yeah, thank you guys for all the new subscribers, man. That means a lot. Thank you. I think did I? Yeah, I hit 32,000 subs today. Pretty awesome. I appreciate that, guys. And congrats to Brian LTL, who hit 25,000 I think yesterday. Yeah, I hope all you new subscribers enjoy the channel. Right. Excellent point. Excellent point. All of that is going to get addressed by Jackson come Wednesday. Wednesday's going to be fantastic. These situations like this, when court ends the way that it did today, I don't mind when there's a big part of me that just simply doesn't mind when there's a day or two or a 3-day weekend or whatever, a nice space, because I'm like, well, that's going to give Jackson more time to prepare for his cross-examination. This is the cross-examination that he's been waiting for this entire trial. Not only have we been waiting for it, but this is the cross-examination that Jackson's been waiting for. I mean, you could tell, like right off the bat, he got fired up. Just the way that he handled the whole Yannetti thing. Because Yannetti, dude, I love when he says that. I love when he says that he's like, my colleague is right there. Do you still hate him? My client who you called a retard, the one that's sitting right there, is she still a retard? Like, and I love that you see Yannetti sitting there like this. Yannetti's just got this look on his face like this. Karen Reed is just looking at him like, this is fucking beautiful. Like, this is sweeter in ways. Like, in its own right, this is sweeter than if Proctor was on trial, because Karen Reed is the one on trial and Proctor is the one being faced with accusations. Proctor is the one having to answer for his behavior, because the difference between Proctor and Karen Reed is that there's actually evidence against Proctor and his unprofessionalism as well as his corruption. There's evidence to support that Proctor is biased and corrupt. and a misogynistic piece of shit. There's evidence to support this. Still waiting on the evidence that says that Karen Reed is guilty. Still waiting on any evidence that indicates to me that she did anything to physically harm Boston police officer John O'Keefe. I'm still waiting. I mean, that should have been Lally's star witness. That should have been Lally's star witness sitting on that stand. And it was the most damning of all witnesses. It was the worst of all witnesses. And more importantly, trolls, it was exactly how we have predicted this. Every single one of us who have come to the conclusion that Karen Reed is innocent, who have come to our own independent conclusions that Karen Reed is innocent through independent research, those of us who came to this conclusion, we predicted this day. We all predicted this day, and it is happening exactly how we predicted it. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Plevin ended his stream. I wonder why.
Laura makes a good point. Kevin, the jury doesn't know the conspiracy theories, and I'm not sure they're following the drama like we do. Yes, but not like we do, but they are aware that the opening statement, the very first words out of David Yannetti's mouth was that my client was framed. That implies a conspiracy. And then very early on, they started establishing in that Waterfall Pub video.
You know what also implies a conspiracy? The fact that this guy was completely and totally biased, unprofessional in a text thread with his superiors and colleagues, and not only did he not get reprimanded, but they encouraged it. That implies, it doesn't prove a conspiracy, but it certainly fucking implies one, Plevin.
That they were suggesting that they were planning to attack John and that he was ambushed. So so the jury is very well aware that this is a conspiracy theory. And they're certainly, even if they're doing their job and not following the news and not being overly aware.
Yeah. So, I know. 3 minutes. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to pull up Howie Carr in 3 minutes.
Aware of what's going on here. They are still driving into court through a sea of pink and hearing all the protests. So they are aware, and there wouldn't be protests like this if there wasn't.
Oh, okay. So already what Plevin's doing is going, oh, like Plevin's playing a Lally right now. He's trying to get in front of everything. So now already the jury pool is tainted. And that's why the jury gasped at the evidence. It has nothing to do with the evidence that was presented by Lally himself that proves that Proctor is a dirty piece of shit. It's not that. That's not what tainted that shifted the jury's opinions. It's the fact that the jury has to walk into court through a sea of people wearing pink. Plevin, stop it. Just fucking stop it, dude. Like, seriously, at this point, how can you do this with a straight face? It is amazing to me. Like Plevin is in the band on the Titanic, bro. Just in the band on the Titanic. Get the fuck out of here. I know, baby boy. Hold on. Yo, you guys got to see what Howie's wearing. What Howie's wearing right now is fucking hilarious. We still got like 2 minutes. We still got 2 minutes. It's playing commercials right now, but yeah, dude. Dude, you can't. All right. Now that Alan Jackson has openly called out Boston 5, I'm calling out Court TV. I'm calling out any of these fucking biased, guilty before proven innocent fucking shitbags who will stir up any fucking narrative just to fucking gain views. Fuck you. And fuck you for gaslighting us, who have been sticking to the facts and the truth of this case the entire time and making us out to be like we're spinning some sort of narrative in order to gain views. Because it doesn't matter how unpopular my opinion would have been, I wouldn't have given a fuck, and I would have still sat here and expressed my opinion exactly the way that I've expressed it since I started covering this case. It would not have changed. So fuck all of you, all of you fucking bigger channels and all of you fucking so-called news outlets. Fuck all of you for that.
33.
Turtle Boy's not on yet. Stop it. Fuck all of you for making us seem like we're crazy people for following the facts and following the evidence and discussing the evidence, because that's all I've done. That's all Melanie Little has done. Like, I say fuck all of you fence riding, playing it safe, only because you're too goddamn lazy to do any independent research behind the scenes. All just to justify being fucking lazy. That's what it boils down to. Just to justify being too lazy to actually do any independent research and review documents and statements that were made available to the public for months and months and months, that I went into people's chats and I shared the links. I shared the links behind the scenes with creators and shared the link to all of these, put out nice and easy on a spreadsheet created by Sleuthy Goosey. It was all nice and easy to put out there for somebody with an infinite amount of learning disabilities like myself, still able to have enough fucking common sense to read the shit and come up with my own independent conclusions. Now, I don't know why his feed is choppy. I apologize for that. I did not pause that. I'll refresh it, maybe. Maybe I can refresh it and it'll come through.
Joining us now is
There we go.
Aiden Carney.
It's just freezing. I don't know why it's freezing like that. So it's freezing for everybody. Okay. Yeah, this is the best I can do. It's freezing for everyone. So
Joining us now is Aiden Carney.
yeah, I mean,
top of everything
There
else,
we
you know,
go.
which in the,
Come on with this shit.
you know, with all the others. I mean, it just shows though how dismissive he is of this person as a human being, and he makes fun of her disease.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the choppiness, guys. That's not me. That's unfortunately Howie Carr's Rumble feed. It's the best I can do. There's really nothing else I can do about that. Yeah, it's their internet connection. I mean, I guess it happens to the best of them, you know. The internet connection is going to be bad sometimes, depending on your area and what's going on in that area at that moment.
Bunch of meatheads who have badges and guns now, and the fact that Proctor felt comfortable enough sending those messages to his bosses in the state police shows you that the problem is far bigger than Michael Proctor. This is a cultural rot in Michael Morrissey's district attorney's office,
Absolutely.
in which men are allowed to speak like that to other men about female citizens and female, defendants who have constitutional rights. I mean, it's disgusting that not once did Buchanan or Fanning or Tully step in and say, "Hey guys, this is inappropriate. We should not be talking about this on our phones."
And you know, I'm also rather appalled that he's using his sister as his bag woman, like Joe Biden uses Hunter. You know, I mean, he says I didn't ask for any gifts. Well, she says they want to send you a thank you gift. These are the people who could have been arrested themselves, who are basically suspects, as we've seen over the last few weeks. And his response is, send it to my wife. I'd say that's soliciting a gift, isn't it?
Right.
Well, yeah, but then he made clear, Howard, but we didn't actually get anything, so it's okay. It's okay to say something like that.
They fucking
Future reference, the appropriate response to that is that
they reneged
appropriate.
on
I
the
need
gift.
to report this to my boss now. I don't want to have the appearance of being biased or anything like that.
There's a
And you know
federal
what my
statute.
question
There's
is,
a federal statute, attempted extortion. There's extortion and there's attempted extortion. Yeah.
Right. So, like, I'm wondering if the jury the whole time, don't they have to be asking themselves, how did they get a hold of these text messages? How do they have this man's personal text messages? That must be in their head, because it's not normal to have someone else's text messages if they're not a criminal or a suspect.
Right. If they're not being investigated themselves.
Together without saying the words federal investigation, that this guy is under federal investigation.
Right.
Well, I mean, they were referring to being under oath last week with Buchanan, and so you know, I mean, I think they, you know, like you say, they're a pretty smart jury. I think they put two and two together even before now.
Yeah.
So what?
And honestly, how the even better witness was the officer from Dayton, the first honest cop we've seen in this whole thing. He got up there. Nicholas Barros got up there and made it clear that when he saw Karen Reed's taillight at Bill Reed's house in Dayton at about 4 p.m. on January 29th, that it was, quote, cracked and there was a, as in one singular piece missing, not 45 pieces and obliterated, like it was at the Canton Police Department later on. So that proves that if it was like that at 4 o'clock, according to this officer who has no reason to lie,
right,
and it was a couple hours later, it's after Michael Proctor and Buchanan get it, it's blown to smithereens.
that means they did it. It's, I mean, jail. All these people belong in jail.
Let's listen to Officer Nicholas Barros from the Dighton PD. He's the guy who first saw it. This because Karen Reed's parents live in Dighton, so the car was in Dighton. So he's the one, he saw it before the Crooked State cops picked it up. Cut 10.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
But yet Proctor says you can see large parts of it are missing.
The parts that he showed,
damaged is how he described it. That guy went up there to make it clear that, like, look at, it's not us. We're not the corrupt cops here. You know, we're here to report the truth. This is what I saw.
Right.
That car was, it was cracked, but it was not blown to smithereens. Which I to this day I don't understand why they felt the need to go that extra mile and take all that taillight off. You got a cracked taillight. That should be enough. Just sprinkle a little taillight on there. You don't have to put 45 pieces. It's a little bit overboard, Howie. I mean, he came out today. They think they have this aha moment when they put the gloves on and Proctor opens up the bag because he's real professional and it's all sealed and stuff like that. And then he brings out the taillight and he shows it. And he brought that Czechoslovakia looking piece out and it was gigantic. And it's like, you found that on February 18th? You found that
3 weeks.
Bigger as
3 weeks.
Yeah. Like, how'd you miss that one? How'd you miss that one on the 4 other trips there?
This guy, I mean, how can they still be using him on murder investigations? After they got all these text messages, they still put him out on a recent murder in Quincy, didn't they?
Thank you, Farty
Like
Sparty, and Tammy. But I want to piggyback off Farty Marty's
because they have no shame, and the bosses are just as
comment
bad
here.
as the underlings. It's not just a Michael Proctor problem. This all goes all the way up to a Colonel Mason problem, right? Or whatever. I don't even know who the Colonel is. Colonel Mon?
Mon now. Yeah.
Generally, whoever's running the state police is corrupt. You can generally just assume that because they allow this rot to exist within the state police. These are the people we are supposed to trust. And these are the kind of things that they're saying in text messages to each other about an innocent person who has been convicted of nothing merely because it was all in response to when she told them on June 9th, the day that she was indicted and arrested, that the Alberts did this. That Mike, are we all in on the same joke? She said, are we getting punked? My taillight is cracked and John's head is pulverized, right? What is going on here? And for that, she had to be destroyed. They had to call her the R word, the C word. Some of them was look through her phone for nudes, mock her, demean her. I mean, it's disgusting. We should all be outraged. And I hope Governor Healy, a self-proclaimed feminist who claims she's watching this, I wonder what she thinks today because she has no opinion on this case, and she really should because the buck stops with her. She's in charge of this whole.
I agree.
The state police work for her, and she needs to say something. This is unacceptable for police officers to behave like this.
How about the Globe yesterday saying that anyone who supports Karen Reed is a racist?
Oh my God, Yvonne Abraham. What disgusting. And Danny McDonald over there, as if the Globe couldn't sink any lower. They have this whole thing about, oh, you only care about her because she's white. And I'd like to, hopefully you do this the next time. Yeah, please, do not compare Karen Reed to Michael Brown. Give me a break. Karen Reed didn't attack a police officer and get shot. Karen Reed did nothing wrong and was completely framed. To compare the two is just utterly ridiculous. And I would say to Yvonne Abraham, maybe you would care, Yvonne, if Karen Reed was black. Maybe then you would care about her and you would actually do something. If a black woman was being railroaded by a group of corrupt white cops, then maybe the Globe would care. But no, she's the wrong skin color, and for that, she needs to pay.
I wonder what the Globe thinks now that they've seen all the R word, the C word, mocking her disease, mocking her accent. I wonder if the Globe feels a little differently now. Probably not.
Yeah, looking for nudes, You know, and hopefully the women of the Boston Globe speak up about how disgusting this is. I know the Herald will. The Herald's done a great job. I'm collecting front page pictures from the Herald over the course of this. Jennifer McCabe, Colin Albert. There's been some good ones, Howie. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm working on a column. I'm kind of up against it with the show going on. But so what else do we need? I want to play this Buchanan cut because this really just this cracked me up today when he Trooper Buchanan can't handle simple math. Cut 6 again.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark, correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately.
5:08
How much time
to
is that?
5:50, bro.
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42.
That's okay.
Guy made 211,000 last year. Total knucklehead.
Well, yeah. He's a little busy saving Ukraine and framing an innocent woman for murder, Howard. He doesn't have time to learn math along the way.
I love
This is
Howie
really-
and
this is
Turtle Boy's
beyond,
fucking banter,
this-
dude.
Was it
I
as
love
good as you thought it was going to be?
I'll never get sick of it.
I mean, just to be there and see the reactions of the jurors' faces, the visceral shakings, nodding of the heads, just putting their head down in shame, like he couldn't, during all the sidebars, he would not look up. He just bowed his head in shame. He could not look at the jury, and they couldn't look at him. I've never seen such visceral reactions. I'm telling you, it's over. I don't even know why they're moving forward
Right.
anymore. This is done. It's dead on arrival. There's
Turtle Boy was
0.0%
looking at the jury today.
A single one of those 17 jurors would even think about voting guilty when they go to delivery. It's going to be the fastest acquittal in the history of Law and Order, and I cannot believe they're still moving forward with this.
Are they going to move for a dismissal, the defense on Wednesday morning?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like they would have done so by now. They've tried dismissing this case and it hasn't worked out in the past. Maybe they're enjoying airing this all for the world to see. I'm enjoying watching it. I don't want it to get dismissed. Let's see this through.
Right. That's what I was
919
saying
says, "What's the
earlier.
R word.
I want to see
That's
this
the
shit
word.
through.
That's the,
Yeah,
the
okay, we could say that one.
yeah.
I didn't know
We
could say
haven't
that one.
even gotten to the defense's defense.
Yeah, that's I mean, we can say it in the context of what's happening. Can you stick around till the top of the hour?
Sure.
Okay, hold on. We'll take some.
Like,
we'll take
they
some,
won't file a
maybe we'll
motion
take a
to
call or
dismiss.
two. From,
They already
Turtle
did.
Boy. 844-500-4242. You don't have to wait once a week for your favorite TV show to come on the air anymore. You just stream.
Okay, I'm muting it now, but yeah, we don't have to wait. I mean, like, I don't want, excuse me, I don't want a motion to dismiss at this point. We already had the motion to dismiss, and Bev denied it before trial even started. And all of the reasons as to why, all of the valid reasons as to why Bev should dismiss this case and disqualify Michael Morrissey's office from this case, all have come to light. They've all happened. So at this point, I'm hoping now, now we're here. I'm hoping that Jackson, Yannetti, Little, they're all like, you know what? Fuck this. No. We still have our defense to present. I want to see this through. There are still people who have things to answer for. That's what I want to see happen. Like, unfucking believable. I wanted to piggyback off of this real quick. I'm no saint, but there was something highly disturbing about Proctor's texts. It was worse than I thought and so hateful. It was same here. Wouldn't be surprised if she had an accident if case wasn't so high profile. Yes. So at this point, and this is why I wanted to leave the super chat up here in this comment, because I really want to piggyback off that thought, because I absolutely agree. Now you have to be a fucking idiot to not understand why Karen and her defense team went so public with this and why they were so public. Because look at what they are up against. They are up against not only a corrupt system, but there is hatred and disdain for her within that corruption. That means that she is potentially in danger. That means that us keeping our eye out, making sure that we're watching for this corruption, and we're all calling it out, that they would be basically hanging themselves if they let anything physically happen to Karen Reed throughout the process of this. So it was absolutely vital. And I mean that in the truest sense of the word. Vital. It is vital. It was absolutely vital for Karen Reed and her defense team and her family to be as public with this case as they possibly could be. Because now we know that there was an absolute hatred, a disturbing level of hatred for Karen Reed coming from the lead investigator of this case, Michael Proctor. And if he's willing to frame her for murder, what else is he capable of? If he's capable of framing her for murder, planting taillight evidence, doctoring statements, cherry picking who he's going to interview, when he's going to interview them, having a personal relationship with the members of the McCabe family and the Albert family, all of these things. Who is to say that Karen's life was not in imminent danger for taking these people on, for taking on this monster of a system head on? Who is to say that? And by the way, Farty Marty, UN handle of the day. UN handle of the day. And here, this one's for you, Farty Marty. Who's fartier now, Marty?
584965 or go to mypillow.com and use the code Howie. Don't love it? Don't worry. MyPillow has a 60-day money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. That's 800-658-4965 or mypillow.com. Don't forget the code Howie.
That's a good point.
Howie Carr is back.
That's a good point. I'm going to bring that back up in just a second. Any chance that you could be? No, I mean, that's not going to prove motive. I just wanted to reiterate on that. But
this afternoon after this.
I mean, not yet, Howie, but it's got to be coming. I mean, he's on internal affairs investigation, but like, how do you continue? Like you said, how do you continue to police like this? How do you go into some of these towns in Norfolk County, some of these Wellesleys and Needhams and these
Brookline,
these uppity towns filled of, with largely liberal voting bases, and you are just
and how do you not hold the MSP accountable?
Like, how does this guy continue to be on the job? Not just him, all of them that are okay with this. He's got a real problem, Michael Morrissey does on his hands. How can they remain silent?
Massachusetts State Police have a problem on their hands.
Calls for Turtle Boy. Where are you going to be tonight, Turtle Boy? You going to be on doing a special show or anything?
I'm not tonight. Tomorrow night, I'm going to save it all up. I want as much as I want it tonight. But I got to save something for tomorrow.
I got it. I understand. Rick, you're next with Howie Carr and Turtle Boy. Go ahead, Rick.
Turtle Boy, great job. I have one question for Mr. Jackson. Can he ask Proctor how many times and how often does he misspell people's witnesses' names on his official report?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a great question.
I mean, he's just getting warmed up. He's got to get to the taillight, the misspellings of names. Yep. He's got to get to the friendships. I mean, we are just getting started. Cancel your Wednesday, folks. That is going to be Alan Jackson versus Michael Proctor. You can have Alan Jackson in his nightmares tonight. It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, now it turns out that all those guys that worked for Fauci, they were also misspelling to avoid FOIAs. This is I didn't even know this. I'm learning something, new ways to scam and cheat in the hackorama. Cindy, you're next with Howie Carr and Turtle Boy. Go ahead, Cindy.
Hi, Howie. Long time, first time.
Thanks.
And yes, great job, TV. I'm just thinking, Auntie Bev is this is such a high case, a high profile case. I think she's just stretching it out for her 15 minutes of fame. She's ridiculous. She's good.
Yeah, she always gets her hair done. That's for sure. She definitely. I don't think she's shy. For a woman who doesn't seem like she wants to be there at all, like she certainly seems to like to, stretch this out as long as possible. It's odd.
John, you're next with Howie Carr and Turtle Boy. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Turtle, great job. Hey, listen, the reason why that tail light was in a million pieces is because they went out and bought a used one or a new one and smashed it up and threw it all over the lawn.
Boy, if they could ever prove that, that would really be something. There's got to be records of that, I would think. But we'll see. How soon do you think the FBI is going to move into this case, Aiden?
I mean, what are they waiting for at this point? After some of the stuff we hear today from Officer Barrows, basically proving that the tail light was barely cracked when he saw it, and these text messages. I mean, her civil rights are violated at the very least by these police. Like, her civil rights are being violated. They are not giving her due process. They're going through her phone without a warrant. The problem.
Follow Turtle Boy at tbdailynews.com, and where else, Turtle Boy?
At Dr. Turtle Boy on Twitter and Turtle Boy Live on YouTube.
I'm Howie Carr.
Now is a great time.
What's up, Scott? Yes, I totally agree, buddy. I totally agree. So I'm going to do something probably against my better judgment here. Probably against my better judgment, but I'm going to check it out anyway.
Now, the defense. Whoa. Whoa. Now, it's not over, because now the defense has an entire day to meticulously prepare their cross-examination. This is a bad day, and the prosecutor knows it.
Is it? No, I think it's a rather good day, Vinny.
You can't. But now you've got a problem. It's a real problem.
It's not a real problem. It's a good thing that an innocent woman is being exonerated. That's a good thing, Vinny.
Now, whether you believe he's got an actual conflict of interest or not, that'll be dealt with even more in the rest of the cross-examination. It was dealt with by the prosecutor. Did everything correctly that he's supposed to do here. He had to call this witness because he needed him to get important pieces of evidence in front of the jury. Okay, there's chain of custody. He did things and saw things and grabbed things that were significant pieces that had to be.
Just a second there, Professor. Okay, Vinny, I realize that you're a correspondent on Court TV and you are an experienced attorney, but since when? I mean, remind me that day in law school where they taught you that it's good for the prosecution to not present evidence against the defendant and actual evidence against the lead investigator who clearly railroaded the defendant. What day in law school do they teach that? Where's that on the test? Because if that's on the test, I mean, I'm for sure going to fail. I'm for sure going to fail. Because, I mean, please, for fuck's sake, explain to me, Vinny, when your college professor, when your law school professor told you that what you just saw executed by the prosecution would be considered the right thing for them to do. Okay.
Had to be put in front of the jury. Now, he also had to deal with on direct all of the baggage. And this is baggage you don't expect. This is baggage you expect from your civilian witnesses, right? In a typical case where you're going after someone,
Yeah, Vinny,
you know,
go ahead and continue to avoid the fact that it's completely and totally fucking Twilight Zone fucking bizarre that the lead investigator in the entire case, in the case that is being that is being tried right now, is one of the last witnesses, if not the last witness, being called up by the prosecution. Since when is that normal? When does that happen? What other case in all of the trials that the platform that you work for, what other case, tell me, where they wait to this point to bring up the lead fucking investigator and get their testimony? I'd love to know. Any of the cases that you talk about and you make your, 6 or 7 figures a year talking about, like any of them?
a defendant is sort of not a pillar of the community. And sometimes you have, as witnesses, as a prosecutor, you have people connected to the defendant. So there are also people who aren't necessarily the pillars of the community. This isn't a typical case. And they dirty up your case as a prosecutor a little bit, but you always try to explain to the jury, well, I don't pick the witnesses. These were people who were friends with the defendant. He brought him into his life. But that's not this. This is your lead investigator, a Massachusetts state trooper, who can be criticized for maybe a sloppy investigation or not doing everything that you would expect them to necessarily do. But this is beyond that.
Yeah.
This is not that. This
Okay,
is
Vinny,
things
I'm
that
listening.
he's doing and saying.
Yeah.
To his superiors.
Okay. Right.
To other troopers.
Yeah, Vinny, we already talked about that. How about you talk about the fact that he hasn't presented any evidence that implicates Karen Reed? There is still no evidence to implicate the defendant on trial for her life. Why aren't you addressing this little snag in the prosecution's case? The little snag that I'm referring to being that there is no fucking case. When are they going to show evidence that implicates Karen Reed in this crime? It hasn't happened. Show me when they have. Show me when they have. Tell me when they have. Because when you're talking about evidence, you're talking about evidence that is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is evidence. It cannot be disputed. Holes cannot be poked through it. It is undeniable, unarguable evidence. It can't be argued with. When has that happened? At what point in this entire fucking sham has there been any evidence that was in the slightest bit solid against Karen Reed, collected by the fucking genius that you've got displayed right next to you on your screen? Still waiting.
Like Buchanan, who was liking his comment. The whole thing is unseemly. And these are important, important jobs. And you're trying to. It doesn't get more serious than this. First of all, you're
ask Bob,
investigating something.
Ask Bob. I don't claim to know. I want to be clear about what implications I'm making right now. I don't think that I know more about the law than Vinny. That's what I'm calling him out for, because I know he fucking knows better. I know he knows better. And he's sitting up here playing stupid. He's sitting up here backpedaling very carefully about the fucking narrative that the platform that pays him has been spinning for the last 2 years. That's what's pissing me off. That's what I'm calling him out on. I'm not claiming that I know the law better than Vinny. I'm claiming that there's no fucking way that I know the law better than you, and here I am making more sense than you. Explain that shit. The only reason that could possibly be is because you have an agenda. Your platform that pays you has an agenda.
To bring justice to the victim and his family. And then on the other hand, at some point you are accusing someone and you are attempting to take away their liberty for the rest of their lives. So it doesn't get more serious than a homicide investigation in terms of the type of work you do. And to have these types of comments with superiors at the Massachusetts State Police is horrible. What does the jury think of the Massachusetts State Police tonight as they go home?
The same thing the same thing that they've been suspecting after every single fucking cross-examination. Because even when they were cross-examining any member of the McAlberts, any one of them, any of the Albert family or the McCabe's, any one of them, they laid out a foundation showing that the investigation was conducted poorly, that there was incompetence coming from the Massachusetts State Police. The jury had already made up their mind about this. What they didn't know was the depth in the lack of professionalism coming from the Massachusetts State Police. That's what they didn't know. But the incompetence, that was already laid out. That foundation was laid out through every single cross-examination that took place. Yannetti and Jackson laid this out every single time they cross-examined a witness. They laid that foundation, got out of the way, and then made everybody out sitting on that stand out to be a fucking liar.
Making these kind of comments about a woman, about her medical condition. Like, I get it. He believes she's guilty. He believes she's a cop killer and believes she's a, quote, whack job. But you're communicating all of it, and you hate her attorney. You hate the guy. And you're sharing this with your superiors. And they're not admonishing you for that. Well, he gets
shouldn't
to
be
saying that.
And he gets to mask this shit as, well, the jury's just simply going to interpret that, this is inappropriate. The jury's just simply going to interpret the lack of professionalism, and this is what's going to sway the jury. No, because you're not giving the jury enough credit. You're not giving the jury that I saw with my own eyes the same credit. The jury that you saw with your own eyes, the credit that they're due. And these are intelligent people. And this jury is looking for evidence that will convict Karen Reed. They are looking for evidence that proves that she killed John O'Keefe, and there hasn't been any yet. That is what the jury sees. If we're going to talk about, and we're going to talk about how, we're going to be experts on what matters here in a trial, right? That's one thing that we're in agreement on, is the jury, it matters what the jury sees, hears, and interprets, how they interpret what they see and hear. That is all that matters. And I'm telling you that the jury that I fucking looked at already had doubts. When I walked into that courtroom fucking Wednesday, the jury already had doubts. That means that that the prosecution's case is over with. That means that the defense's job is technically done, but not the defense in this case, because the defense in this case, as I stated before, ironically happens to be the only group of people who are working as court officers that are actively trying to get John O'Keefe justice. And they are the last people under any ethical obligation to do that. They are not ethically obligated to get John O'Keefe justice, yet they're the only ones fucking trying to do it. Why aren't you talking about that?
You know, nothing like that. Nothing like that, except, you know, liking a comment. This is a problem. This is truly a problem. And it goes beyond, this goes beyond, well, what happened there. Because the people who are trying to prove to you what happened there are the ones whose credibility is now being called into question. Now, what you have to understand is now, this does not excuse the conduct, but in most cases,
like you do remember that his credibility was already put in question when he had every member of, well, certain members of the McCabe family, as well as members of the Albert family sitting on the stand and addressing his relationship with them. This guy's name has been brought up so many times during cross-examination, to where the jury can't help but question his credibility. This guy, before he even sat on the stand, the jury had already been questioning his credibility. This isn't a revelation. His credibility wasn't in question all of a sudden once it turned out that he was looking for nudes. No, his credibility was already in question. What Lally did just now was solidify and validate why his credibility was in question without the defense even having to do it.
This information is never brought to light, which brings us to another issue. You know, should it be brought to light? Should they be having these kind of conversations? Should people have these types of thoughts, be in charge of serious investigations like this?
Everybody has those thoughts.
That's a discussion for another time.
No, it's not a discussion. It's not even a discussion. I can answer that right now. Everybody has those fucking thoughts. The differences between a civilian and a professional is a professional cannot verbally express or legibly express those thoughts. They can't do that. That is unprofessional. They have to keep those thoughts to themselves. Everybody has those thoughts. If there's a cop who's working a parade and happens to see a woman on a float in a bikini, and she's pretty and she looks good in that bikini, nobody's questioning whether or not that cop should be looking and going, oh, okay, she looks good in a bikini. In his mind, keeping those thoughts to himself, everybody has those thoughts. The question is whether or not he should yell out, hey, show us your tits. That's unprofessional. Or, hey, does anybody have nudes of the lady on the float? That's unprofessional. Like, everybody has these thoughts. Nobody's Nobody's faulting him for having thoughts.
What I'm discussing now is, how is this playing inside the courtroom? How is this impacting the 12 people who will make the decision here? How will this impact whether or not justice is reached in this case? That's where I am right
Oh,
now.
totally. You could tell. You could tell by the way he even apologized. Reality check. And thank you. Appreciate it.
Really, really, really bad.
It's not bad.
Because of the communications, because of the language.
See, tell me your bias without telling me your bias. Tell me that you, as a representative for Court TV, and Court TV itself doesn't have an agenda to paint someone out to be guilty before being innocent, because it's more dramatic and gets you more viewers to paint the picture that people are guilty when there's not proof. Show me otherwise. Show me otherwise, dude. Because you're telling me without telling me. You're telling me you're telling me everything, but you're telling me nothing. Or you're telling me nothing, but you're telling me everything is a better way to put it. You're telling me nothing, but you're telling me everything. Because what you're telling me right now is you're going, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. No. When every piece of evidence has dictated that this woman is innocent, and now the prosecution's case is falling apart, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. It's good when someone who is innocent is being shown to the world that she's actually innocent. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing that this corruption is being exposed. That's a good thing. This is a good day for today's justice system. It's been a bad 2 years for it, but it's a good day today. Today is a good day in the justice system of the United States of America. Today is a good day because corruption is being exposed. Because this is the first step towards justice that we've seen in this case. In 2 years, this is the first step towards justice that has actually taken place. It is not a bad thing.
Because of who is actually communicating here. Will the jury make this and turn this into inexcusable conduct? That I cannot, in good conscience, convict someone beyond a reasonable doubt when I now know this about the lead investigator and his superiors.
See, that's what annoys me about Vinny. That right there is what annoys me about him. In a nutshell, that's what annoys me about him. Because as I stated before, that doubt was already there. You are aware of this evidence, Vinny. You're aware of the evidence. Not just the lack thereof that I went on a rant about just 5 minutes ago. Not on the lack of evidence, but the evidence that would create doubt. When I went in there Wednesday, I'll say it again for the millionth time, and probably I'll say it a million times more. But when I was in there, when I walked in there Wednesday and I sat there and I was there for 5 fucking minutes, I knew that there was no way that that jury was going to unanimously convict Karen Reed. There is no way. Cannot sit here and go, well, will this, knowing what we now know about Proctor and those text messages, will this, and I can't in good conscience. He got so fucking dramatic there too. You see that shit? Can't in good conscience. That shit already happened, bro. the jury already sat there to themselves weeks ago and went, I can't in good conscience convict this woman beyond a reasonable doubt. That already fucking happened, dude. We're over here, Vinny. Have a seat. There's plenty of room still, believe it or not. May seem packed, but there's still plenty of room. Come on over. It's nice and warm.
In the way they've conducting themselves. Incredibly unprofessional.
Thank you, Pearl. Fuck the haters. I agree.
Incredibly unprofessional.
Yeah, look at Vinny. I love Vinny. I love watching his wheels turn. Right now, Vinny's all. I can't, in good conscience, let the 85% female demographic that I have currently believe that I think that this is excusable behavior coming from a Massachusetts police officer. Because what would my female demographic, that is the majority of my demographic, think of me if I do not address how disgusting this is? Bro, fuck out of here, dude.
If you're the prosecution, you got to hope they can get beyond this. That they can compartmentalize this in their deliberations. That not a great guy, not very professional, but the evidence is what it is. And I don't believe that just because he's using this language, just because he is being this unprofessional and crude in what he is saying, that he would take it the next step and literally plant evidence.
Dude. Hey, Vinny, were you watching? Did you not see the pieces of taillight that he pulled out of a box? Where were you, Vinny? See, again, tell me without telling me that you're only worried about your female demographic right now. Tell me without telling me that you don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence in a case. Because we just watched this guy pull out pieces of taillight the size of fucking Texas and expect the jury to believe that that was 2-3 pieces of 42 pieces of taillight coming from a taillight that we saw footage of driving away from John O'Keefe's house, where at best, and that's still debatable, at best, there was like this much missing off of the fucking taillight. But supposedly a couple of hours before that, all of those pieces of taillight were left on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. Right? We're supposed to believe that. And we're supposed to believe that you actually analyze evidence when you know that you saw that video. I know you've seen that video. You know how I know that you've seen that video? Because I've watched you go over it a fucking dozen times in the last fucking year. So I know you're aware of the footage of Karen Reed's SUV driving away from John O'Keefe's house. Driving away from his car that she had just hit. You went over that footage a bunch of times in slow motion yourself. You were aware of her car hitting his. You were aware of it driving away. You went over, I don't know. I can't tell if it's broken. Dude, hey, let me give you a hint. If you can't tell that the taillight is broken, then there's no fucking way physically that those pieces of tail light that Michael Proctor pulled out in front of the jury came from that tail light housing. There's no way. That didn't happen. And you're sitting here still questioning whether or not he planted those pieces of taillight? Dude. We found microscopic pieces of taillight in his clothing and blah, 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 blah. I mean, Vinny. Come on, dude. We found 42 pieces of taillight laying in the front lawn. Well, what if any pieces of taillight? Do you recognize this box here? What pieces of taillight? Well, I've got a piece of taillight right here. Hold on a second. I can pull it out of my bag. Oh, yeah. This fucking piece of taillight right here. This little piece, one of 42 pieces that I saw laying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It was, 16-hour shift too, and I tend to hate women after 16 hours of working. So, what, dude? What? How the fuck do you expect anybody to take you seriously right now, Vinny? Come on, bro.
So the challenge, I think, for this jury, for the prosecution, is to get them.
No, I still got a lot of chicken left.
To understand there's a difference between what he is saying here and actually committing a crime and framing someone for murder. That there's a difference between the two. That they're not connected. That there's a line between, and he did not cross that line. It's hard. It's a hard sell, right?
It's impossible, right, bro.
So now the burden that a prosecutor carries into the courtroom is heavy enough. It just got 10 times heavier. Because now you've got to overcome this. And you could. I mean, it could I've been surprised. But this makes it so much more difficult.
All right. I can't with you anymore, bro.
And this is just the beginning of the cross-examination.
It's
going to continue on Wednesday. Because they have a day.
Get the fuck out!
I can't with you anymore, dude. Like, seriously, you're just the fucking worst right now. You're just the fucking worst right now, dude. Like, I'm so done with court TV. Like, I'm so fucking done with court TV. I have no respect at all for court TV at all after this case. No respect at all for court TV. None. Zero. Will's gym night just did get 30 minutes longer. That's totally happening. It totally is. Oh my God. All right. 9 hours straight, folks. I'm calling it. What I'll try to do is I'll definitely try to go live again tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to go live again tonight. Unless, like, by some chance somebody wants me on their panel or something like that, and I don't have anything else going on. But this channel won't be going live again tonight, I don't think. But tomorrow I'll definitely make it a point to go live. Most likely. I'll try to anyway. But I will definitely see you guys on Wednesday. Because let's see here. Yeah, so okay. Absolutely. So you guys are going to be joining me Wednesday, and I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Christine. And reality check. Thank you so much. MP power actions once might be a mistake. Repeatedly doing it, that's your character. Yeah, MP meaning Michael Proctor. Power actions once might be a mistake. Repeatedly doing it, that's your character. Hats off to Barros. That's the character that is expected for law enforcement, and I completely agree with that. Thank you so much, Reality Check. I appreciate that. You're absolutely right, because again, folks, this is not this. Nobody here is anti-cop. Nobody here is anti-cop. Nobody here has ever been anti-cop. Everyone here backs the blue. Well, most of us. I know I do, and I know the majority of my supporters do. Most definitely. But we back the blue because of what they stand for. I respect honest cops because to put their lives on the line for a small salary on a daily basis, to simply get to the truth and to fight for the little guy to get justice, that's commendable, and they'll always have my support. Those who do so ethically and morally, they will always have my support. We are calling out the ones who abuse their power to destroy someone innocent, and with the intention of costing justice for an honest police officer who lived up to these ethical and moral standards. We are here fighting for every one of those police officers who died, whether it be in the line of duty or not, but conducted themselves with or without the badge on, ethically and morally as police officers, knowing that they are police officers. Because every police officer that I have ever spoken to who was an honest, good cop, that's who they were. They didn't separate the two. I mean, reasonably, of course. You don't take your work home with you. That's not a good thing to do. But being an honest cop and having that level of authority over others was seen by them as a responsibility. And that responsibility was not squandered and handled with care by these good, ethical, and moral police officers. Those are the ones that we are fighting for. Those are the ones that we are speaking up for. Those are the ones that those supporters outside of the courthouse supporting Karen Reed are supporting as well. Those people aren't just supporting Karen Reed. They're supporting what Karen Reed is fighting for. Karen Reed, believe it or not, is sitting in that courtroom, not just fighting for herself, but she's also fighting for justice for her boyfriend, who was a Boston police officer, because nobody else is. She's the only one doing it. Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Vinny, anytime, buddy. Anyways, guys, yes, we are Karen Reed. Every one of us. Absolutely. Guys, you guys are fantastic. Go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you, guys. 32,000 subs, man. That ain't nothing to shake a stick at, dude. Like, I'm blown away, man. I can't even fucking believe that shit. You guys are wild, man. I don't know why you guys like this channel as much as you do, but I'm grateful. I am so grateful to you guys. But yeah, thank you. And if you like it, show it, man. Hit the like for me. Please do that. Thank you to all you new subs. I hope you guys are enjoying the channel. I hope you guys continue to enjoy it. And thank you guys who have been with me for a while for all your endless support. I really appreciate it. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.